both timely and symbolic. At 65, our dear nation, Nigeria, stands at a critical point where the restoration of core values, integrity, discipline, service, and empathy has become indispensable to our collective growth. As an institution established to build character, inculcate leadership, and promote national unity through citizenship and leadership education, the CLTC remains deeply committed to the task of nurturing a generation of responsible and patriotic citizens. Today's event provides a platform to reflect on the principles that once defined us as a people and to chart new pathways through which our youth can reclaim the spirit of volunteerism, an ethos that drives active citizenship and national renewal. I am particularly delighted to see the diversity of participants represented here today, young leaders, students, government officials, and partners from across Nigeria and beyond. Your presence signifies a shared belief that Nigeria's strength lies in her people, especially her youth. We are honored to host distinguished speakers and visionary young leaders, such as Mr. Inyoluwa Boyeji, OON, my dear brother, my dear friend, who will inspire us on the power of one, how volunteerism can reshape our nation, and Professor Tunji Olaokwa, a seasoned public servant and reformer and chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission, whose keynote on values-driven leadership will challenge us to bridge the gap between aspiration and service, especially for young people who someday hope to join the public service. We also have the distinct honor of hosting the Youth Leadership Debate Finale, an initiative of Leap Africa, which provides a platform for young leaders to articulate their vision for our nation's future. Our panel discussions on grassroots volunteerism and policy reform are designed to be practical, participatory, and forward-looking. It is our hope that the outcomes will not only inform policy, but also inspire action among Nigerian youth everywhere, and that we inspire active citizenship, strengthen civic values, and promote volunteerism as vital tools for rebuilding trust, unity, and shared responsibility among Nigeria's youth. As we celebrate Nigeria at 65, let us rededicate ourselves to building a nation defined by values, service, and unity. Let us remember that leadership begins with citizenship and that every act of volunteerism, no matter how small, contributes to the greatness of our country. Before I end, I would like to specially recognize the Man O' War voluntary organization with a delegation ably led by the National Commander. Thank you so much for joining us. And thank you all so much for being here today. On behalf of the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center, I welcome you all once again and wish us fruitful deliberations. I want to thank most sincerely my Honorable Minister, Comrade Ayodele Olawande, who is not able to join us today, but is ably represented. And I want to thank all our speakers, all our panelists for accepting our invitation, some on short notice. And I also want to specifically thank my directors, the senior leadership, middle management, everybody working in CLTC. And I would want to specifically mention Alhaji Danjuma Ochidi, who midwifed this partnership that birthed today's engagement. May God bless the CLTC, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
One more time, let's appreciate her, DG CLTC, Miss Misola Biola. There she is. And just like she rightly said, leadership begins with citizenship. It begins with you and I. Thank you so much for that beautiful welcome address. Please, can we appreciate her one more time as she returns to her seat? Thank you. Thank you so much. And on that note, distinguished guests, as the program unfolds, as it continues, we shall be recognizing more dignitaries here present with us. I was just given this, and we have here with us Mr. Igwe Martin, West Africa Action Network on Small Arms. Thank you so much for being in our midst this morning. We duly appreciate your presence here. And Honorable Muhammad Abba Issa, Special Assistant to the President on Special Needs and Equal Opportunities, ably represented by Fauzia Muhammad Lukman, SA Public Relations. Thank you so much. Please, can we appreciate her? There she is. Thank you for being here with us. Good morning. Now, moving on, I'd like to call on stage the CEO herself, Aspita Global Resources, for the opening remark. Please, can we appreciate her as she comes up on stage to deliver the opening remark? the beautiful CEO, Aspita Global Resources. Well done, man. I'm a Porsche with no brakes. I'm invincible. Yeah, I win every single game.
Good morning, everyone, beautiful people, esteemed guests, distinguished partners, and a very dynamic Nigerian youth. Nigerian youths, they here, they know deal. Of the greatest Nigerian youths. Great Nigerian youth. I want to yarn. I want to speak. I want to Thank you very much. Today marks a very remarkable day in our dear lives and in our lives as a people in general. I'm Ms. Latifa Aspita Isa, the MD CEO of Aspita Global Resources Limited, the implementing partner of this great event. I'd like to firstly thank my sister, the DG CLTC, for this opportunity, and our partners, all of our partners. Your support has been immense. Like, without you, there will be no us standing here or sitting here this morning. Two things I'd like to say most importantly, because I do not want to take most of your time, is for us to, as the youths of this great nation, know that the future of Nigeria depends on us. And this largely means that for everything that we do, we must imbibe the spirit of patriotism. We must also imbibe the spirit of integrity. Doing the right thing when nobody is watching is the best thing that you can do to yourself as a person and as a citizen of this great nation. So I'd like to implore you to pay attention critically to the keynote speeches that will be delivered and then all of the panel discussions, because we have carefully selected the theme of this event because we want to build the next generation of young people whom this country depends on, whom this country is going to move forward with. We, as the youth, I hope I am still one of you, or you still think that I'm one of you. I am actually. So this great nation depends on us, and where we do not want to be the citizens who would complain about our leaders. We want to be good citizens from now, and someday, who knows, become good leaders in our own right. So please, sit back, relax, enjoy everything that is coming your way, because you can never get it anywhere else. If not for Citizenship and Leadership Training Center, we wouldn't all be here. Please, once again, I'd like to appreciate the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center for this wonderful opportunity. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. CEO Aspita Global Resources there, Miss Latifa Aspita Isa. Please, let's appreciate her for that beautiful remark there. She was asking if she's still one of us, because I'm not one of them. That's a little light in it, though. But then again, distinguished guests, permit me to very quickly recognize Mr. Muhammad Fall, the UN Resident Coordinator, who is represented by Hembafan Utange, Partnerships and Coordinator Associate and Youth Focal Person at the Office of the UN Resident Coordinator. So please, can we appreciate her? There she is. Thank you so much for being here with us in our midst. We truly appreciate your presence here with us. Now we're moving on to the goodwill messages, and we shall be taking the goodwill messages one after the other. Distinguished guest, in this order, I'm going to be having the DG NYSC on stage. Please, let's appreciate the DG NYSC, Brigadier General Olakunle Olusheye Nafiu, as he comes on stage for his goodwill message. I think that applause is not enough. Aha.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Youth Development, His Excellency Comrade Ayodele Olawande, here ably represented, the Director General Citizenship and Leadership Training Center, Ms. Risola Abiola, my dear sister, distinguished special advisors and assistants to Mr. President here with us, heads and representatives of the various partner agencies and organizations, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. I bring warm greetings from the management staff and the over 350,000 core members currently serving across our beautiful country, Nigeria. And I would like to commend the DGCLTC and our team for organizing this conference and for their thoughtfulness in the choice of the theme, reviving values and volunteerism among the youth. It no doubt speaks to a defining national imperative, the renewal of our moral compass and civic ethos through the empowerment and reorientation of our young people. For more than 5 decades, the National Youth Service Corps has remained a cornerstone of national unity and a living platform for youth volunteerism and nation building. Through the Community Development Service program of the scheme, millions of core members have demonstrated exceptional initiative and commitment to public good in education, health, infrastructure, and environmental sustainability, amongst others. These acts of service are the daily manifestations of patriotism and commitment to our value system. In partnership with the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center, the Nigerian Army, the Independent National Electoral Commission, and other strategic institutions, the NYSC continues to cultivate leadership, discipline, and civic responsibility as enduring values for sustainable national progress. We are also deepening our reforms to ensure that young Nigerians are equipped with the skills, guidance, and enabling environment to contribute meaningfully to national development. Our vision is to make national service not only a call to duty, but also a platform for character formation, innovation, and lifelong relevance. As the progress made in sustaining unity, democracy, and a vibrant youth population. Yet, our journey demands an even stronger commitment to discipline, ethics, and civic responsibility. I therefore urge our young compatriots to see themselves not as mere beneficiaries of Nigeria's growth, but as its chief architects, custodians of our national values, and champions of service above self. On our path, the NYSC, under the guidance of the Ministry of Youth Development, we continue to collaborate with CLTC and other stakeholders to promote purposeful patriotism, strengthen civic engagement, and align our programs with the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations and the renewed hope agenda of the current administration. I thank the CLTC for standing by the NYSC since its inception to date, helping to develop some degree of physical and mental toughness required by our core members for their challenging service here in them. To us, the CLTC is a viable partner in progress and nation building, and I'm optimistic that the center, as currently led, is poised to making more significant contributions to our national development. In conclusion, I call on all Nigerian youths to be exemplars of integrity, empathy, and diligence in their communities. We must understand that our values are our shared beliefs, the binding force that unites us as a people, and that genuine volunteerism born out of sense of purpose and responsibility and commitment is required to strengthen our value system. The greatness of our nation rests on citizens who choose value over vanity, service over self, and action over apathy. Once again, I congratulate the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center for this timely initiative, which reinforces our shared commitment to value reorientation, volunteerism, and ethical leadership. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your kind attention and your steadfast faith in the potential of our Nigerian youth. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. Please let's appreciate him one more time. The DG, National Youth Service Corps, Brigadier General Olakunle Oluseye Nafiu. Just like he rightly said, our mission is not only a call to action, but a platform for lifelong relevance. And that is what every Nigerian is looking out for. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're making progress at this moment in time. Yes, we're going on to the next goodwill message. At this moment, permit me to call the Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Mr. Ola Olukayode, represented by Aisha Muhammad, Head Enlightenment and Reorientation, EFCC. There she is. Please let's appreciate her as she comes forward. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. The Director General, NYSC, the DG LCTC, I'm very proud of her because of how passionate she is when it comes to the youth. All protocols duly observed. The Nigerian youth who we are here for. I bring you greetings of the Executive Chairman of the EFCC, Mr. Ola Olukoyode, who unfortunately is not here. Anything to do with the youths and children, he's always passionate about, but unfortunately he couldn't come here and he instructed me to come represent him. I'll start by saying what better time to have the theme of this event, reviving values. It is very important for us to revive values because our youth, I'm sorry, I have to deal with statistics. As you know, the EFCC deals with cybercrime, which is one of the things really affecting our youth. And because of that, what Ms. Rinsola Abiola is doing today is very important, and that's why we're here, to align with you and to say we're with you, and whenever you need us, we're going to be here with you. The EFCC has always had programs geared towards children and the youth. We have Integrity and the Zero Tolerance Club. I know people that have maybe come to the EFCC or had anything to do with us will say we always reiterate this because these are very important programs we have. We have a collaboration with the NYSC. We have the EFCC NYSC CDS group, which we work with rigorously, all trying to see that we have our youths being upright. And because they are the future of the country, we want them to salvage the country. They are the ones to help us make Nigeria a better place. And the EFCC, as we gather to discuss reviving values and volunteerism among youths, I will urge our young people to embrace integrity, transparency, and accountability, and to also stress that volunteerism is a powerful tool for nation building. So let's all harness it to create a corruption-free society. Together, we can shape a brighter future for Nigeria. This fight is for everyone. Nigeria X65, we are the ones to stand together, stand behind Nigeria, and say we want Nigeria to be a better place. Nobody can come change Nigeria for us. We have to do it, and we have to do it together. And what better way to do it rather than doing it with the youths? Because they are the future, they are the soldiers of the country, and they are the ones to take us out of whatever it is that's happening in the country. Thank you so much, and congratulations once more to NLTC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CLTC, right? Thank you very much, Aisha Muhammad, representing the Executive Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Mr. Ola Olukoyede. Please let's appreciate her one more time. Thank you very much. Together we can shape the Nigeria that we all want. If the youth come together, we can achieve that. Beautiful goodwill message there. Now moving on, we shall be having the resident coordinator, UN in Nigeria, represented by Hembafan Utange. Please can we put our hands together for her as she makes her way to the stage to deliver her goodwill message. Thank you. I think we can do better than that. Please, Nigerian youths. Thank you.
Running out of breath, but I got stamina. Running out, I close my eyes, well, I got stamina.
Good morning, the Minister of Youth Development, ably represented, the DG NYSC, DG CLTC, SSAs, heads and reps of agencies, distinguished guests, my fellow youths, and members of the press. Good morning, everybody. I'm wearing a hat today that is so big, but by God's grace, I'll wear it well. I bring you warm greetings from Mr. Mohammed Malik Fall, the United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator in Nigeria. He sends his deep appreciation to the Federal Ministry of Youth Development for convening this timely conversation, a conversation about who we are and what we can still become. At 65, Nigeria stands tall, not only because of her rich history, but because of her resilient people, especially her young people, whose energy and creativity keep the nation alive. But today, we gather for something deeper, to remember the values that built us and the spirit of service that sustains us. Because when values fade, nations falter. When volunteerism dies, communities drift apart. Yet, when young people rise to serve, to plant trees, to mentor children, to rebuild after floods, to give hope without asking for reward, then we see the soul of a nation reborn. As a UN volunteer myself, shockingly, I'm a UN volunteer with the United Nations Resident Coordinator's Office, and I was sent here today to represent the Resident Coordinator at this event. As a UN volunteer myself, I have seen how small acts of service can light up dark corners of our society. This is the quiet power of volunteerism. It teaches empathy. It builds unity. It reminds us that progress is not only measured in building or budgets, but in kindness shared and lives uplifted. The United Nations believes in this power. Globally, our Secretary General reminds us that the world's greatest resource is its people, especially its young people, and that we must accelerate action to achieve the SDGs by empowering them to lead, to innovate, and to serve. Here in Nigeria, the UN stands with the government and partners to create opportunities for youth engagement and volunteerism through agencies like the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, the United Nations Populations Fund, UNFPA, and our very own United Nations volunteers. The UN is working to strengthen civil participation, expand community service programs, and ensure that every young Nigerian, boy or girl, north or south, urban or rural, has a voice, a platform, and a purpose. Because the UN believes that no one should be left behind, and that every young person can be a force for change in building the peaceful, inclusive and sustainable Nigeria that we all dream of. So, as Nigeria turns 65, let us light the torch of volunteerism once again. Let it burn in schools and villages, in cities and hearts. Let the spirit of service rise, not only as a duty, but as destiny. And as we look ahead, may we find in each act of kindness a reason to believe again in ourselves, in our nation, and in the better world we are building together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hembafan Utange, for that beautiful goodwill message. The resident coordinator, UN. Thank you. Please, can we appreciate her one more time? She said, when young people rise to serve, then the soul of the nation can be reborn. That is true. So to all the young people in the house, we're urging and encouraging everyone to, tell yourselves that, hey, this is the time to rise up and this is the time for us to do better. Earlier on, I think it was an oversight, the DGNOA, Malam Lanre Isao Nilu, was here. We did not recognize his presence. Thank you so much for being here, sir. We do appreciate your presence, in as much as we understand that you had to be somewhere else, but then again, he had to make time from his busy schedule to visit us and appreciate the DGCLTC. So please, let's put our hands together for the DGNOA. Thank you very much. Now, moving on, we're going to be having the next goodwill message taken by the National Coordinator, Man Owo Nigeria. Please, can we have the National Coordinator, Man Owo Nigeria, up on stage for a goodwill message? There he is. You're welcome, sir. Good morning to you.
The Honorable Minister of Youth Development, ably here represented, the Director General, National Youth Service Corps, our own DG, Citizenship and Leadership Training Center, the SSAs and SA to Mr. President here present, head of various agencies and parastatals, and head of our partners agencies here present, the management staff of Citizenship and Leadership Training Center here present, national officers of the Man Owo Nigeria, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and deep sense of responsibility that I stand here today on behalf of the Man Owo Nigeria to celebrate our nation's 65th independence anniversary under the timely theme, Reviving Values and Volunteerism among the Youth. At 65, our dear country has come a long way. We have faced challenges, but we have also shown incredible resilience. We stand at a crucial point in our history, a point that calls for renewed patriotism, stronger moral values, and reawakening of the volunteering spirit that once defined our communities. The future we seek cannot be built by government alone. It requires citizens, especially young people, who are ready to serve, to lead, and to build. As a youth-oriented organization, rooted in discipline, community service, and leadership development, volunteerism isn't just a word. It is our way of life. It is about giving your time, your strength, and your heart to serve others without expecting anything in return. It is about building stronger communities and developing young people who lead with integrity, discipline, and compassion. As a leading volunteer organization in Africa, Man O' War Nigeria remains fully committed to nation building through volunteerism, civic engagement, and the reorientation of our youth towards positive values. We believe that through collective action and renewed purpose, the Nigerian youth can become a vanguard of change and the guardians of national unity. I commend the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center and the Federal Ministry of Youth Development for this initiative, which aligns perfectly with our shared vision to raise responsible citizens and selfless leaders who will take Nigeria to greater heights. It is a call for us all, especially the youth, to rise and play our part in rebuilding Nigeria we dream of. On this note, I reaffirm Man O' War Nigeria's readiness to collaborate with all stakeholders to rekindle the spirit of volunteerism and value-based leadership among our young people. Together, let's make volunteerism a culture, not just an art. Let's live out the values we preach and show the world that Nigerians youth are not just leaders of tomorrow. We are change makers today. Let us build a nation where service to humanity becomes our culture and integrity our national identity. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Long live the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center. Long live Man O' War Nigeria. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you very much. God bless you too, sir. Man O' War Nigeria. Please, one more time, let's appreciate them. He has rightly said that they're ready to collaborate with us. And just like he rightly said, I picked out and he said that let's make volunteerism a culture, not just an art. That is a message to all the amazing youth in the house. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very quickly I'd like to recognize Princess Edna Didi Azura, National President, National Council of Women's Society, NCWS. She's here with us. Please, with a wave of hand. There she is, ma'am. You're welcome. Thank you for being here in our midst this morning. And on that note, I'd like to call on stage Amina Mohammed Luge, representing the Permanent Secretary of Federal Ministry of Youth Development. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's appreciate Amina Mohammed Luge as she comes on stage. Is she here? Is she ready?
A smoky room, a small cafe. They come to hear you play and drink and dance the night away.
All right, I was just told she just stepped out. On that note, please let's have Princess Edna Didi Azura, National President, National Council of Women's Society. There she is, ever ready. Mama is looking green, beautiful. Please let's appreciate her one more time. Thank you.
Like that
You're welcome, ma'am.
guitar, and you would play me through the night till the dawn.
Your Excellencies, invited guests, men and women of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of NCWS, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center for organizing this timely and vital conference on Nigeria at 65, reviving values and volunteerism among the youth. As we mark 65 years of our nation's independence, it is both a moment of reflection and a call to action. And I commend your commitment to inspiring the next generation. As we mark 65 years of our nation's independence, it is both a moment of reflection and a call to action. And I commend your commitment to inspiring the next generation. Nigerians' journey to this milestone has been one of resilience, growth, and shared struggles. Yet, as we celebrate, we must pause and ask ourselves, what values have we shaped? And how can we revive them for a brighter future? Values like integrity, community spirit, and selflessness are the bedrock of our society. And volunteerism is the bridge that connects us all. In my years of advocacy with NCWS, I've seen firsthand how young people, especially our dynamic youth, can drive change when they embrace these principles. I would like to take a moment to commend our dear President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, for his laudable programs aimed at empowering Nigerian youth. Initiatives such as the 3 million technical talent training, Nigerian Youth Academy, and Youth Agro-Entrepreneurship Program, which demonstrated his commitment to fostering inclusivity and equipping young Nigerians with essential skills for the future. To the young attendees here today, I say this: you are the heartbeat of Nigeria. In a world of rapid change, reviving values means recommitting to service, not for personal gain, but for the greater good. Volunteerism isn't just an act. It's a mindset that builds stronger families, safer communities, and a more equitable nation. As women leaders in NCWS, we understand that empowering youth includes fostering opportunities for all, regardless of gender. By volunteering, you not only address challenges like poverty and inequality, but also combat issues such as digital violence, ensuring that every voice is heard and valued. Let us hear a quick thought. I recall stories from across Nigeria where young volunteers have transformed their communities, organizing healthcare drives, monitoring peers, or advocating for justice. This acts echo the spirit of our forebears and reminds us that true progress comes from unity and action. As NCWS partners with initiatives like this, we pledge our support to amplify your efforts, encouraging more women and youth to lead with purpose. In closing, as we reflect on Nigeria at 65, let us renew our vow to revive these timeless values and embrace volunteerism as a way of life. To the organizers, thank you for this platform. To the youth, you have the power to shape our nation's destiny. Seize it with passion and integrity. May this conference ignite a wave of positive change across our beloved country. Thank you, everyone, and God bless Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please, one more time, let's appreciate Princess Edna Didi Azura, the National President, National Council of Women Societies. No women, no society. Is that not what they say? Yes, true. Well, the women in the house, I'm saying no women, no society. I'm not saying yes. All right, that's so beautiful. Thank you so much for that beautiful goodwill message. On that note, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at this point, we shall be taking on the keynote address. And then looking at the keynote address this morning, we'll be looking at the power of one, how volunteerism can reshape our nation in general. And to do justice to this, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to have on stage Inyinolua Aboyeji, the CEO, Future Africa. Please, let's appreciate him as he comes forward to deliver this keynote address. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, thank you very much for having me here. I am very delighted to be in this gathering of young, service-minded people. And I would like to specially congratulate the Director General of our Citizenship and Leadership Center. Manowar is one of my favorite Nigerian institutions. So when I heard that my dear sister, Rinsola Abiola, had been assigned to this role, I was very delighted. And even though we already have a relationship that predates this, I was excited that somebody that I feel gets it is actually now sitting in this role. And I'm very delighted to see that this is the kind of thing that we are able to do with this incredible Nigerian institution. And I'm just hoping that God puts us in a position to be able to do more to support this incredible work. I would also like to thank my DG for gracing us with his presence, the DG of the NYSC, as a former copper myself, with full colors. It's also another great Nigerian institution that I treasure and I cherish. And I had the good fortune of, even though I was running Andela in Nigeria when I served in Jigawa, and a lot of people were saying, we can do something or the other to get you to Lagos. And I said, no, you will not allow a little bit of success to rob me of my service experience. And it was one of the best times of my life. I was in Jigawa. Unfortunately, because I was a foreign graduate, I had to serve in my home state or in Lagos. And even though my office was in Lagos, my work is very hard, as Risola can tell you. So I was very happy to get a year holiday. It wasn't as hard as NYSC. So I ran from Lagos and I spent a year in Odoekun, and it was an amazing time, spending time with the girls' secondary school in Odoekun, teaching computer science. So I treasure those experiences. Those are hallmarks of the Nigerian youth experience. And it saddens me many times when I hear young people try to skip those experiences. They're very formative. I've made lifelong friends. The other day, and I'm going to go to my speech because I know I don't have time, but I'm so fond of these institutions as Nigerian youth. I was talking to one of my very good friends that I made during NYSC. So to celebrate our orientation, we actually we did a holiday trip, a bunch of us, to Kajuru Castle. So my friend sent me one of the pictures we took at Kajuru Castle, and it was just such an incredible memory. So thank you very much for preserving these institutions for Nigerian youth. Today, I know I've been asked to talk about volunteerism, but I want to go a little bit beyond the topic brief and talk actually about leadership. Because when people see volunteerism, what is volunteerism? Volunteerism is somebody who has decided that without waiting for incentive, they are going to take leadership. They are going to take over an issue. They are going to vote their time and effort towards solving a problem for society. People call it volunteerism. I call it leadership. Because when you volunteer yourself to solve a problem without being prompted or hired or begged or given a title to solve that problem, it is the highest form of leadership. It is self-leadership. And in many ways, that kind of leadership is what builds nations. If you have to wait for somebody to give you an appointment letter before you do a job, you have already received your reward. That is what our holy book says. If somebody tells you thank you when you do something good, you have already received your reward. But if you do something without prompting and without expectation of any reward, then and only then have you truly served. Particularly if you do it for people that can never properly thank you in their lives. And today I want to talk about leadership for the young in the context of volunteerism. Leadership for the young. And I'm a bit of a. If you go to my house, I have multiple rooms devoted to books. It's a bit of a frustration for my wife, but she's had to learn to live with it because I read a bit too much. And one of my favorite books that I pull out to reread every few years is a 1983 book by the great Chinua Achebe. And the book is called The Trouble with Nigeria. Now, whenever I get frustrated with Nigeria, as some of us can, Nigeria can. It's a blessed country, but can be frustrating sometimes. I go back and read that book. And the thesis of the book, for those of you who haven't read it, which I recommend every young person should read, because the issues haven't changed. The thesis of the book is that the trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely a failure of leadership. The trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely a failure of leadership. Now, because, when you read a text multiple times, you get to dig into meanings that other people don't see. And I must admit, the first time I read this book, I made the mistake many Nigerians make, which is I read it as the trouble with Nigeria is simply and squarely a failure of leaders. But you see, a failure of leadership and a failure of leaders are two different things. So when you talk to most Nigerians, they will say, we just don't have good leaders. That's why we are in the situation we're in. But actually, Achebe properly diagnosed the situation by calling it not a failure of leaders, but a failure of leadership. Because even though leaders and leadership sound remarkably alike, they are not the same thing. But we often mistake the two. We think our problem with leaders is a problem of leadership. But the truth is, leadership is a societal problem. When you ask the average Nigerian, what is your problem and how can it be solved? I can bet you we can do a game. Within the first 30 seconds, if you don't hear the word government 10 times, you can pay me money. We believe all our problems, government must solve. And that is not leadership. That is not leadership. Because a leader, which is this, who carries the spirit of leadership, right, does not look to other people to solve their problems. They take responsibility for their problems and ensure that their problems are solved. So what is leadership? What is this leadership thing? Well, leadership is a cultural awareness that whether or not we are in a position of influence, anybody, and I mean anybody, has the ability to bring people together in service of a common goal. Anybody. So if you have a street that is bad, anybody who is truly a leader, whether or not they have the title of local government chairman, can bring people together to do something about that road without even a kobo exchanging hands. And I know that all of us can think of somebody like that in our community who will say, oh, all these boys, oh yeah, come. Even if all we will do is take sand and just try to grade the road a little bit, that is enough. We'll wait until we have another opportunity to buy tiles. We'll wait until we have another opportunity to write letters to the local government. Those people, they may not get the subvention that the local government chairman gets. They may not have the title of local government chairman. They may not even be a ward. They may not even be a politician. But we know that those are truly the leaders of our communities, not necessarily the people that bear the title. And those people are what I call leadership. When you have this ability, without the title, without the position of authority, to galvanize people towards a common goal, that is when we call you a leader. And the practice of that is what we call leadership. And that's why you see in great societies, it is actually the demonstration of leadership that gives you the title of leader. When you look at the American political class, for example, it's not necessarily storied politicians or people who have done a lot in politics or have the accomplishments and accolades or have risen through the party structure that become the title politicians or authority. It's usually people who organize community against gun violence or organize community towards some sort of improvement in education and rallied and raided and brought people together in service of a common goal. That is who gets elected to become leaders. Unfortunately, we're in a society where we're still learning that way, where our elected officials are not necessarily people with a certain surname, but they are people who have truly served the local community beyond the title or position that they occupy. But I see that wave coming. And that's why I think that young people, particularly those who want to dedicate their lives to service in the public sector, really need to start by demonstrating leadership. It is not about being appointed a leader or given a title. It is about you looking around and saying, what exactly is it that I can do from my vantage point to make the lives of people better, whether or not I have the title, whether or not I have the resources. And at the end of the day, I see a future where demonstrating leadership in some aspect or the other of broader society is actually the prerequisite for political leadership. It is a battle that we continue to fight in this country, and it is one of the reasons why I am very, very much a big admirer of the president, in spite of several opposition that I got during that time from many of my peers. Because at the end of the day, if you want the role, you have to do the job. And there is no sense in telling somebody who made Lagos half of Nigeria's economy that he cannot do the same for Nigeria. It makes no sense. It's not a logical position to take. And that's why he continues to best his political peers. Because at the end of the day, if you do the work, you should get what? The reward. Now, back to my position. One of the biggest problems we have in Nigeria is this confusion of leadership with leaders. Because the mindset that we have is that Nigeria just needs one authentic, altruistic, and competent leader who will magically become president, wave a wand, and change everything for the better. And the trouble with this thinking, this messianic leadership thinking that we pine for is that it makes the hard job of leadership one man's job, and it denies the rest of us an opportunity to lead. And the agency that is required for us to demonstrate leadership across different segments and sectors and levels of society. And that's why I said what I had said before, that the average Nigerian, it's a habit we must change. The average Nigerian, rather than sit down and figure out what it would take to actually solve their society's problems, we look to Abuja to solve all our problems. And Abuja cannot Abuja cannot even solve its own problems. But Abuja, more importantly, does not have the context to go into the nooks and crannies of our communities to solve our problem. And that's why it is so important that young people who have been pining for a responsibility of leadership start to change their mindsets about what it takes to lead. It's not about being given a role in Abuja or being given a political authority. It is about taking control of our local communities and starting to think of solutions to our problems. We live in the day and age where knowledge is fully democratized, where we can come together and organize across continents and mediums to be able to solve problems. We can see what other people are doing. Ladies and gentlemen, our parents didn't have that privilege. They were mostly restricted to what they could see in their local environment. We are far more privileged than them to be able to bring together in solidarity young people from across the world to solve our problems. But how many of us are taking advantage of those opportunities without waiting for somebody or the other to give us one title or position or incentive to solve the problems that we face every day? I was talking at the University of Lagos sometime last week, and I said, it always embarrasses me that you go to a university and they complain they don't have light. And I said, well, what happened to the elect engineers in this university? What is the point of the education that they are receiving if they cannot come up with a solution to light? Let it even be that the university did not want them to do it. But as an engineer, you should pride yourself in, at the very least, being able to leverage your education to solve your problem. Otherwise, then what is the point? So our youth must start to build this character of leadership, because it is what is missing in our nation. They must understand leadership as a lifestyle, as something that they must do, as something that does not require permission from anybody. And they must start that as a part of their lifelong journey into becoming leaders. Because leaders are not appointed, leaders are not selected, leaders are not incentivized. Leaders emerge. It is the only way that leaders actually come to be leaders. Yes, you may bear a title. Somebody may, through the grace of God or favor or something, give you a title, but that does not make you a leader. For you to have people respect you as a leader, you have to be the sort of person who can solve problems, who can galvanize people together to solve problems. And if you're not that kind of person, the truth is, you can bear a title all you want and carry the security all you want, but people will bow in fear in your presence, but when you turn your back, they stop listening. Are those the kind of leaders we want to be? I hope not. So, finally, what must young people do to transition from just volunteerism to leadership? I think, first of all, we have to look at it from the perspective of service. How will we serve this country? That is the ultimate aim of any citizen and leader of this country. How do we serve those who are around us? And to serve It means that you have an idea of what it takes. It means that you have a vision of what your society must look like. It means that you're not waiting for somebody to bring you resources. You find those resources. It means that you're not looking for somebody to give you a title before you do what you're supposed to do. You do what you're supposed to do, and even if it means other people temporarily take the credit, that's fine, so long as the work gets done. And 5 things that young people must know to be able to prepare for this level of leadership. The first thing is you must be resolute. You cannot be the person who is easily dissuaded. Because whenever you try to lead in a situation, people will look at you and say, do you have 2 heads? I'm sure many of us who try to lead get those comments. Well, this road has been bad forever. Why do you think you will fix it? So you have to be resolute. You have to have a very stern mind. I lead an ecosystem of technologists. They're one of the hardest people to lead. But sometimes when I see an opportunity or a gap, and I have spoken enough, I just wake up, put on my blinders, and I go and get it done. It's the only way to lead. If you are the kind of person who needs committees and consensus to do anything, you will get nothing done. That's why I'm very admirable of our military brethren. You know, it's orders. Do this or not. That is leadership. Sometimes you have to be resolute. Second of all, you have to learn to take responsibility. You cannot externalize the responsibility for a situation you find yourself in. Because whether or not somebody else should have done their job, you have to take responsibility to do yours. If your mindset continues to be that somebody else is responsible for the situation that you are inadvertently giving up your mental agency to take on that problem. So when I talk to Nigerian youth, I said, yes, youth unemployment in Nigeria is very high. There might be things that should have been done to make it low. But whether or not they make it low, we have to take responsibility to ensure that we are employed. So we will create the jobs for ourselves. That is the mentality we have to have if we aspire to lead. And once you do it, you can show other people how to do it. And once other people do it, the sky is the limit. In 2014, when I started Andela, together with my global partners, I started it because I felt like it was unacceptable that we had a situation where people were dying because they went out to find jobs. There was an incident that happened in the National Stadium in Lagos where people went for an immigration interview and did not come back home. They didn't go out to steal. They didn't go out to loot. They didn't even go out to protest, even though that's not a crime. They went out to look for jobs and they didn't come back home. And I said that was unacceptable. Regardless of whose fault it is, it cannot happen again. And we started to figure out a way to enable people to get jobs on the internet. And that business now has trained over 200,000 people who now constitute the bulk of the remote workforce of this country. Lots of people's lives have been changed. The business itself is $1 billion business that has now gone all over the world. That is what is possible when you take responsibility and you demonstrate leadership. I could have gone and be protesting the Minister of Employment or Labor. But what's the point? Will it solve the problem? No. What will solve the problem is that you take responsibility and you start from your community and you build it out. The third thing is you must be resourceful. You know, anytime I talk to young people, and I like to support young people because I've been where you are. I will do anything to support young people. But increasingly, I am distressed because many young people come from the point of view that until they have everything they need to accomplish their goal, they cannot start. I said, well, where is your faith? Huh? Why don't you just start something? Do something, even if it's small. Just do it. And then over time, we will build trust with the right people to build our way there. Nobody is going to give you everything you need on day one. But if you start with something, you will be able to grow. You know, if you show faithfulness in little, then much can now be committed to you. So we must learn to be resourceful. Can we start with our own streets? Can we start with our own local government? Can we start with our own wards? Can we start with our own senatorial districts to bring young people together to do something? That is how we build and change the country. Then finally, we must be relentless. You know, I always say if I go a couple days without hearing any bad news, I expect it. Because one of the things my father would say is that nobody throws stones at a tree that doesn't have fruit. If you're going to do anything in this world that is important, you must expect and absorb challenges. In fact, if you don't have challenges, it's a scam. That is the first sign. So don't give up too easily. Don't give up once somebody just comes and tells you, speaks a few rough words to you, you're already crumbling. You have to be resilient. I know now the excuse is mental health, but don't worry, God will take care of your mental health. Power through the challenging circumstances. If you fortify your mind and expect challenges, when they come, you will not be dissuaded by them. You will not be deterred by them. There is nobody in this world who tried to do something important that did not face challenges. So at the end of the day, I want to conclude by saying that right now we are at a very defining moment of our country's history. There is a handing over of, in my opinion, a handing over between generations. But what will determine who will lead us into the next era of this country's development is their capacity for leadership. It's not going to be their surname. It's not going to be how much money they have. It's not going to be their title that they managed to get. But people are going to be looking for people who can take this country's challenges and actually demonstrate the ability to solve them in spite of the obstacles. And that leadership capacity of our young people is currently being tested. The older generation will not hand over to a bunch of weaklings. They will not hand over to whiners and complainers. They will not hand over to people who cannot take responsibility for the country's problems and for its future. They would rather die with the power, and I think that's the right thing to do. So if we young people want to be in positions of leadership, it starts through volunteering to take responsibility for our country's problems. Food inflation is high. What are we going to do? Energy costs are unbearable. What are we going to do? Wages need to be higher to be able to accommodate more young people. What are we going to do? Cost of living is going up because the dollar has gone up. What are we going to do? Everything in this country today is testing our to inherit the nations that our fathers and grandfathers built. And the world is watching. Will we young people rise to the occasion and solve these problems, or will we just protest? And at the end of the day, as our national anthem said, we have a responsibility to not just build a nation where no one is oppressed, but to hand over a country with a banner without stain. So, ladies and gentlemen, I really hope that we can rise to the occasion. I hope that we see volunteerism as a path to leadership and ultimately to positions of authority where we will be able to do the right thing. But it will no longer be enough for you to come with promises in this country. People are going to point to you and ask you, before you assume that role, what did you do? I hope you have a good answer. Thank you.
Can we do better, please? A beautiful keynote address by Inyiloluwa Aboyeji, the CEO of Future Africa. He said people call it volunteerism, but he calls it leadership. Yes, it's not until you have a title to your name that you're a leader. But when you tell yourself that, hey, what can I do? Well, how can I make a difference? Yes, then you have taken a step. Start from somewhere. It could be from your home, on your streets, anywhere. But then again, have that push. Once again, please, let's appreciate it. Thank you very much, sir, for that beautiful address. Okay. And on that note, very quickly, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in our midst, we have just been joined by Professor Tunji Alaukwa, the Chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Thank you so much for being here with us, sir. We truly appreciate your presence. Also here with us is the Director, Youth Engagement and Inclusion, Mrs. Blessing Oyeni, representing the DGNOA. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for being here in our midst. And also we have the principal, representative of Principal St. Augustine College. I don't know where the representative is sitting. Just with a wave of hand, please. Oh, there he is. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you, thank you, thank you all. And on that note, I think we're making progress. We're moving on to the next agenda, and that is the debate finale. Earlier on, I talked about the debate finale, and it's about time that we look into that. This session is an initiative of LIP Africa and, of course, NYFF, and we have the moderator here, Joy Igbenidion. Joy Igbenidion is already here. Please, can we appreciate Joy? She is the moderator, and she's going to be introducing the debaters and the judges. Miss Joy, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the warm welcome. It has been such an amazing time this morning. Your Excellencies, dignitaries, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Youth Leadership Debates finale segment of Nigeria at 65. The Youth Leadership Debates is one of the flagship streams under the Youth Leadership Development Program implemented by LEAP Africa, supported by the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, NYFF. And the goal of the debate is to nurture young people, young Nigerians who are not just informed about national issues, but are also able to intelligently articulate their opinions and take meaningful action towards the actualization of the Nigeria we want, where ideas are not shaped just by ethnic, religious, or political differences, but by research, facts, values, and a commitment to national well-being, peace, and progress. Now, the competition began with the campus rounds across tertiary institutions in Nigeria and advanced to the regional quarterfinals, which saw us journey across 3 remarkable regions, from the Pearl of Tourism, Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University in Bauchi State, to the Coal City State, where we were graciously hosted by the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, in Enugu State. Finally, to the Pacesetter State at the University of Ibadan in Oyo State. Now, these rounds led us to an intellectually charged and fiercely contested semifinal, where we had 2 outstanding universities emerge: the Reverend Father Moses Oshio Adasu University, formerly known as Benue State University, and the Lagos State University, both of whom will be competing today for the prestigious first place position. My name is Joy Igbenidion, and it is my pleasure to serve as the moderator for this grand finale. Before we proceed, please allow me introduce and welcome our judges. So our first judge is Dr. Biobele Davidson, who leads the Strengthening Healthcare Systems. She doubles as administrative lead at Budget, a civic organization that applies technology to intersect citizen engagement with institutional improvements to facilitate social change. She's a medical doctor with over 10 years of progressive experience in clinical practice, INGO, and the United Nations. She is passionate about young people and is committed to contributing positively to building their capacities. Please, with a round of applause, welcome Dr. Biobele Davidson to the judges' seat. We also have, the applause can be more resounding. Thank you. We also have Nafisa Atiku Adejuwon, who is the founder of NFA NAF Foundation and a Mandela Washington Fellow with a distinguished record in advocacy, gender justice, and governance. Through her foundation, she empowers young African women by amplifying their voices in political leadership, innovation, and the fight against gender-based violence. A global shaper of World Economic Forum and TEDx speaker, she has represented Nigeria at international policy dialogues, including Democracy 2000 in Prague and the West African Youth Summit. Her work and writings have been featured on BBC Media Action, Blueprints, and Bella Niger. She currently serves as NALEFEM's Feminist Coalition Envoy to the African Union. Please, with a warm applause, let's welcome Nafisat Atiku Adejuwon. All right, and our Chief Judge for today is Mukhtar Modibo. He's the Secretary General of the Follow the Money International Initiative within Connected Development Code, where he leads efforts to scale citizen-driven transparency and accountability across Nigeria and beyond. Under his leadership, Code has mobilized grassroots communities to monitor public spending, engage faith and community networks, and deepen participatory governance at the local level. He's represented the organization in high-level dialogues on public health, climate policy, and budget oversight, advocating for stronger community voice in decision-making processes. Please, with a warm applause, let's welcome our Chief Judge, Mukhtar Modibo. All right, we go straight into the debates, and our debaters will be judged based on organization and clarity, use of argument, use of rebuttals, language, and their overall presentation style. For each team, the first speaker would have 5 minutes for their initial argument, and the second speaker would have 3 minutes for their supporting arguments, and then 1 minute for the closing statement. Debaters, please note that you will be penalized for failing to adhere to ground rules of engagement during the competition. You would face a penalty of the deduction of 1 point for inappropriate conduct, objectionable language, severe personal attack on another debater, falsified evidence proven false by opponents, irrelevancy, unfair tactics, and unfamiliarity with the rules. All right, our topic for debate today is Nigeria's democratic progress depends on active citizenship rather than on government policies. Nigeria's democratic progress depends on active citizenship rather than on government policies. And the proposition team is the team from Reverend Father Moses Osio Adasu University, formerly known as Benue State University. The opposing team is the Lagos State University. I'll be calling on the first speaker from the proposing team. Please make welcome Esther Dodo for the first argument from the Reverend Father Moses Osio Adasu University. Remember, you have 5 minutes and the timer is right in front of you.
Long before Nigeria began to have written democratic policies, We had people who dreamt about freedom and worked for it. We have nationalists who fought colonial era, such like Nnamdi Azikiwe. We had Albert Macaulay, the likes of Funmilayo Ransome Kuti, down to those who, after the 1993 elections, risked their lives, and down to the EndSARS protest. We have seen over time in Nigerian history that people, men and women, we are the ones that develop our democracy because they choose not to be silent and not just government policies. Good day, panel, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Esther Dodo, and I stand here today to affirm and support the motion that Nigerian democratic progress depends on citizens' engagement rather than government policies. The proposition stands here to assert, because in Nigeria today, we discover that we have a lot of policies, but the distraction is between the policies and the implementation of those policies. And we stand here today to assert, blocking our argument with 6 main points, which will be given by the first and the second speaker. First of all, the government of Nigeria needs to understand that policies of Nigeria actually made on paper, but citizens' participation is at the deck of what makes it happen. I take us back to our Nigerian Freedom of Information Act, and in this act, which was created in 2011, a beautiful policy on paper. However, 14 years later, certain government agencies still refuse to put out public information, and this is because we as citizens have not fully utilized our answer demanding and implementation from the government. We also need to know that not just in Nigeria, in South Africa also, during the apartheid government, we tend to see that they had policies, but then it was the citizens who went out to protest through their engagement that were able to break the chain. And if you go to Tinushat, you also see that the government there had economic policy. However, what happened was that corruption was still in that country until the citizens took to protest and were able to get it. Second, citizens determine leadership qualities. We need to understand that democracy does not come from heaven. It is citizens that draw them to the earth. And we need to know that where a country, the citizens of that country are very active, then democracy tends to thrive there. I take us back to the 2015 election. In that election, citizens voted and were able to remove an incumbent government, something that has not been done before. And that's the importance of democracy. We also need to understand that, look at the EndSARS protest. When citizens and youth were not comfortable with what was happening, they came out, they spoke, and that policy changed. Not because the government themselves did a policy, or not because there was a dialogue, but because citizens came out to speak. And so today, just the way the EndSARS process said, end police brutality, so do we tell the opposition that end government policies without active citizenship. Third, government might make the laws, but citizens are the referees. Opposition might want to say that a good democracy is developed through good policies, through constitutional reforms and standards. But the question that begs for an answer today is, why do great policies fail? The answer is simple: citizens do not engage. And I give you examples. The Public Procurement Act of 2007, the Fiscal Representative Act of 2007, we have the Environmental and Climate Change Act, the Whistleblower Policy of 2016, and even the Youth National Policy of 2019 in Nigeria. But what is happening is citizens have not engaged enough, and that is why we have not gotten to see the change that we need. So in every Nigerian government, citizens need to be able to implement. And so, having said my arguments, I will go to my recommendation. First, we recommend that the government of Nigeria to enable and implement good citizens education. Youth of Nigeria should stop waiting for platforms to be inclusive, rather provide their own platforms where they can become inclusive in Nigeria. We also ask that the government, the whistleblowers, the NGOs be also funded, they should be protected, and they should be recognized in Nigeria. In conclusion, panel of judges, policies in Nigeria are actually made, could open the doors, but it is only active citizens that can walk through that door that has been opened. And so the question that begs for an answer here, ladies and gentlemen, panel of judges, is that if Nigerians sleep, can and should and will democracy stay awake? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esther. Policies can open the door, but active citizens walk through. All right, we'll take the first speaker from Lagos State University. Please make welcome Sahid Sunday.
Imagine today's debate as a political campaign, venue as a polling unit. Two opposing sides have come here today to win your vote with their manifestos. Party 1 says that for Nigeria's democratic progress, active citizenship is more important. But Party 2, that for Nigeria's democratic progress, government policies are more important. Judges and citizens of Nigeria, good day. My name is Said Sunday, Chief Speaker for Government Policies. And my teammate and I have both come here today to show you that with our manifestos, our side of this campaign is better. You see, judges, let us correct the biggest mistake our opponent has made in today's debate. You see, in this particular debate, there are 3 certain important keywords that are very, very crucial. Number 1 is active citizenship. Number 2 is government. And number 3 is policies. But our opponent has made the mistake of talking about government failing this country and forgetting that today's topic is about the government policies, not about the government. Because the government is in itself different from its policies. So let's talk about this fact that the government policies is not the same as the government. Therefore, the government can be defined as a group of people, while the policies can be defined as a body of rules. You see, now that I have already corrected the particular mistake that our opponent have made, we welcome you back to this political campaign by reminding you that at this particular polling unit, your votes count. But before you cast your vote, remember, do not listen to anybody in this particular debate. Listen to the fact first, because res ipsa loquitur. The fact speaks for itself. Point 1, without policies, active citizenship cannot drive any change. Judges, there are 2 people in a hospital. One of them has a headache. The other has malaria. Now, while trying to give both of them drugs, the doctor made a giving the drug that's going to cure the headache to the person who has malaria, and the drug that is going to cure malaria to the person who has headache. Now, the person who has malaria will constantly keep complaining about that malaria, and the person who has headache will not stop complaining about the headache. But the fact remains that their complaints will not cure their sicknesses until the right drug is given to them. In the same way, people can keep complaining about a problem today, complain about it tomorrow, complain about it next tomorrow, but as long as the policy has not been used to replace that particular problem, that complaint will not hold and solve nothing. You see, we have already talked about this. So the logic is there. The fact is there. And the logic is there. Because res ipsa loquitur. The fact speaks for itself. Now, let's talk about the particular fact that we are talking about. You see, on December 6th, 1929, thousands of women protested against the taxes that they were imposed on them to pay according to the colonial government. But did the protest stop the tax? The answer is no. What stopped that tax was a change of policy. On June 12, 1993, thousands of Nigerians came out to protest against the cancellation of June 12 election. But did that particular protest restore the election? The answer is no. Very recently, an NYSC core member named Rita protested against the NYSC allowance, but did that protest alone change the NYSC allowance? The answer is no. What changed the allowance from 33,000 naira that it was before to 77,000 that it is today is the change in policy. You see, what active citizenship does best is to create awareness. But awareness alone is not enough to change, because change is driven by policy. This is the logic. If A equals to B, and B equals to C, then A equals to C. If progress is driven by change, and change can be achieved through policies, then progress is achieved through policies. The fact is there. The logic is there. And res ipsa loquitur. The fact speaks for itself. Point 2, there are actually real-life pieces of evidence that support our claim. You see, audience and judges, let's put an end to today's debate, because deciding the better side in today's debate is actually very simple. If supporting side is correct, that democratic progress can actually be better driven by active citizenship rather than government policies, but it means that the countries with the most active citizens will have the best democracies. But if our sides are correct, then it means that democratic progress can be better achieved through government policies better than active citizenship, that the countries with the most and better government policies framework will have the best democracies. So let's look at the facts. According to the World Population Review, as of today, the countries with the most active citizens are United States, India, Australia, Thailand and Saudi Arabia. However, when their democracy was ranked by the Democracy Index as at 2024, it showed that the United States sits at number 36, India sits at number 85, Australia sits at number 13, Saudi Arabia sits at number 173, and Thailand sits at number 135. This shows that active citizenship alone does not provide a particular point. Res ipsa iter. That fact alone has spoken for itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahid Sunday. Facts speak for themselves. All right, so we'll have the second speaker from Reverend Father Moses Oshoadas University. Please make welcome Blessing Oyaba.
I would like to correct an impression of the opposition. Imagine, but this is reality, not the movies. Good morning, panel of judges, esteemed guests. My lead speaker has established that active citizenship leads to progress. Now I'm going to show that policy alone leads to destruction. Judges, the opposition has said that we should follow the idea that we write policies which leads to democracy. However, this leads to destruction. In 2012, the Terrorism Prohibition Act was established in order to prevent terrorism in the country. However, between the period of 2012 and 2014, over 10,000 Nigerians died. Why? Because of inactive citizens. However, in Borno State, the citizens stood up and created the Civilian Task Force, which led to control of Boko Haram attack to over 60%. In 2014, due to the Ebola outbreak, we had healthcare policies, we had World Health Organization guidelines. However, what stopped Ebola was the movement by doctors who stepped into the position in order to prevent zero patients from going outside, which saved the society from Ebola. Yes, she died. Panel of judges, we need to understand that it is better to have one active Nigeria than to have over 150 policies which are inactive in the society. Also, we need to understand the Too Young to Move movement is a policy which is good in Nigeria for over 18 years. The constitution barred young people from engaging in policies. However, the citizens stood up, went to 36 states, gained 40,000 signatures, and what did they do? They were able to ensure that policy holders were able to sign and ensure that the youth participate in election in Nigeria. Before I step down of this stage, I want to leave this in the heart of everyone. The future of Nigeria belongs to you, it belongs to I, it belongs to the whole of us. It belongs to citizens who are willing to act, who are willing to speak, and who are willing to stand. Because the future is ours, because this is the Nigeria we want. I remain Oyaba Blessing Igocho. Thank you.
Thank you, Blessing. The future belongs to you and I. For the second speaker from Lagos State University, please make welcome David Obadimeji.
Imagine a lawyer walks into a courtroom to argue that the law should not exist. What is more ironic? Is it that he's trying to use the law to fight the law, or that it is the law itself that allows him to do so? Judges, citizens of Nigeria, my name is Obadimeji David, second speaker for Party 2, and I bring you two more reasons why Nigeria's democratic progress depends more on government policies rather than active citizenship. The first, that active citizenship does not exist without government policy. The water cannot wet itself. Fire cannot burn itself. And you cannot fight a policy with itself, because active citizenship is not better than government policy, because the first, active citizenship does not exist without government policy. So policy is simply a body of rules which tells us what we should do and how we should do it. Now, we say democracy is the government of the people, but before that democracy can exist, you must first define what the government is and what it can do. And that definition is in a single document that every democracy depends on. We call it the Constitution. If the Constitution is a body of rules and a body of rules is a policy, then that means that since democracy depends on the Constitution, since democracy depends on the constitution, and the constitution itself is a policy, then everything that we term as democracy, from our rights to our elections to even active participation, all only exists because of government policy. In fact, every act that represents active participation is provided for in the 1999 Constitution. Section 39 gives every citizen the right to freedom of expression. Section 40 gives them the right to freedom of assembly and association. And Section 14, subsection 2, paragraph declares that the participation of the people in their government shall be ensured in accordance with the provisions of the Constitution. Citizens of Nigeria, the logic is there. The facts are clear. And res ipsa loquitur, the fact speaks for itself. Second point, government policies keep democracy stable even in the absence of active participation. Judges, see, it's very easy to talk about active citizenship when you have a lot of protesters to hide behind. However, when it comes to the day-to-day duties of active citizenship, like voting, holding leaders accountable, and staying informed, many Nigerians are very uninterested. In 2023 elections, INEC recorded 94.3 million registered voters, but only 24.6% of them actually came out to vote. More than 70% of them decided to stay at home. But despite this, the democracy did not collapse overnight. The government policies sustained it. Policies like the Electoral Act of 2022 and the Constitution
Our opponents have come here to tell us legal maxim, res ipsa loquitur, the fact speaks for itself. But they have not been able to show us any fact that actually speaks for itself. Our opponents have actually said that the protests or what happened after June 12, 1993 did not affect the coming back of democracy in 1999. But I refer the judges to this article, June 12, the left and Nigeria's democratic revolution. And we all know that that event sparked the coming back of democracy in 1999. Also, the opponent said that active participation of citizens should be in that citizens without policy cannot have a structure. But I need you to understand, during the NSAS protest, they had a structure. They had active medical team, they had legal team, they had a structure that were able to push them even without a policy. And also, they've said that many Nigerians are uninterested in voting. But we all know that this is why we are actually saying citizens need to be active for policy to actually work. We need to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esther. Let's have the closing argument from Lagos State University. Please make welcome Sahid Sunday. Please make welcome David Obadimeji.
Judges, opponents have come to this debate with stories and emotion, but we have come with logic and fact. And here are 3 facts that render all of their points in this debate inadmissible. First, active citizenship only exists because of government policy. 2, if policies don't change, nothing changes. And 3, there is real-world evidence to prove that government policy has led to democratic progress in not 1, not 2, not 3, but 5 countries. According to the World Population Review, as of today, the countries with the best democracies that don't have active citizenship include New Zealand, Switzerland, Sweden, Norway, and these countries are ranked the top 5 according to the Democratic Index. So these countries are ranked top 5 according to the Democratic Index. Now, since the opponents cannot disprove these facts, their points in this debate are inadmissible. They claim that policy leads to destruction. But here's the question: how can a policy that cannot talk and cannot act lead to destruction? They also claim that participation leads to changes, but without policies, this participation are not guided. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You would agree with me that that was an interesting debate, and it was quite fiery. And I saw a lot of us in the audience nodding and agreeing with the different speakers. Thank you for actively participating also in the debate. We will now leave the judges to give us a quick feedback, 1 minute feedback of all the judges before they go into the scoring.
On existing protocol. Can you hear me loud and clear? So a big congratulations to everyone who has participated in this competition. It was passionate, it was enlightening, and it was also very firing. But just to point out that based on the reviews that we had yesterday, we've seen remarkable change in what they had presented. The organization was proper, and then we also found out that there was also the use of contextualization in terms of referencing, and that was also very agreeable. We found out that they also were able to manage their time properly, and also in relation to the use of rebuttals, we saw that that was very clear. So it's a very difficult choice, but I'll hand over to Mukhtar to take the conversation over. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. So I wasn't here yesterday, unfortunately, but it's been a pleasure, listening to the two groups. Also, a hindsight, I used to do debates when I was in school, so this is very nostalgic. But I was very, at least impressed by the contextualization. One thing about winning a closing argument, especially for us that went to law school, is not just the ability to quote facts and figures and logic, but also to draw on the emotional connector of the people that are listening to you. If they can't see yourself in your argument, then it's a hard sell. So it's what underlies law, marketing, communications. So I believe we're able to see some parcels of that in the different arguments that both, obviously one did it better than the other. It's very convincing. We're not going to mention that now, but it was really great to see. Thank you very much. I hand over to our Chief Judge.
The way you people say Chief Judge makes me feel somehow, but I have to be honest, all of them were powerful. For the last 7 years, what I've been working on is FOI. Listening to them mentioning FOI and then, putting it in context, give me that point of oh, we're doing something really well. So what I would say is check yourself. Let's continue to do more. I mean, all of them have done really well with the topic, in as much as the topics are intertwined to some extent. But I mean, all of them are really doing well. The numbers I'm seeing, what I would say is maybe in the next round, if you will try and convince the audience and the judges more, with not just fact, but try and get us into believing that what you're saying is right, because all of them are actually winning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for our judges as we leave them to do the difficult task of getting us to know who wins the first position of this prestigious debate. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time.
Thank you so much, Miss Joy Igbenidion. Please, can we give her a beautiful round of applause for being the moderator of this session, as we allow the judges do their thing, what they know how to do best. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we shall be moving on to the next keynote address. Permit me now to respectfully call on stage Professor Tunji Alaupa, Chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission, who's going to be looking at values-driven leadership, bridging the gap between youth aspirations and the realities of public service. Once again, Professor Tunji Alaupa. Please put your hands together for him as he comes on stage to deliver his keynote address. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. I am delighted to be among you. Director of the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center, colleagues from the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement and Youth Initiative. Just permit me to adopt the well-established protocols. I am not a stranger to interaction with this, admirable audience. Having been a past permanent secretary in the Federal Ministry of Youth Development in my, previous life. is my previous slide is because it's well over a decade. Now, let me go to the heart of the conversation. By way of context, I'm putting leadership, especially value-based, value-driven leadership, in context. I like to reference Chinua Achebe's thesis and endorse his argument that Nigeria's primary failure has been one leadership. And this is in spite of the giant strides and freshness that current renewed hope, sophisticated leadership that we are witnessing presently has generated. Indeed, in national discourse, and I'm not sure many of the youths in this room will be too familiar with this, but in the larger discourse, especially for those that I will call, maybe those that belong to the baby boom generation, we are still nostalgic with memories embodied in family values when we were growing up. We are still nostalgic about the old school tradition. The culture of value-based public service that we knew, which conferred incredible prestige and honor for anyone that is serving in public life, way up to the middle 70s in Nigeria. In fact, it had the old civil service, the public service, the reputation of being one of the most celebrated in the Commonwealth. We are nostalgic about communal values. For those of us who have the privilege of growing up in the village or in our town or in our community, we remember in those days that when our parents went to farm, they would simply display their goods on the road. People will pick up the items, they will pay for it without considering that it was taboo to be a thief. We are still nostalgic with the lessons that our parents gave to us while growing up. Remember the son and the daughter of who we are. These together form the kernel of home training. It formed the kernel of culture that our children and students in school, to which we were socialized as we grew up. They are eternal code of national ethics, which our leaders in those days all around the world carried with leadership by example. Fortunately, the fact that there had been breakdown of values, there had been problem with leadership is not just a Nigerian phenomenon. When Leo Iacocca published his very celebrated classic, Where Have All the Leaders Gone?, he was echoing what the virtual global code of values Mahatma Gandhi decried when in what he called the 7 deadly sins that constitute the symptoms of decay and value deficit that cause a collapse in civilizations. Wealth without work, or without conscience, knowledge without character, commerce without morality, science without humanity, worship without sacrifice or spirituality, and politics without principles. So the critical issues for our conversation today, therefore, as we situate our concern for value-based leadership, and as we concern ourselves with the youth aspiration and the reality of public service in the context of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu renewed hope agenda, renewed journey towards national rebirth, our concern is one regarding whether the next generation of Nigerians, the youth's demographics, is ready to take the torch of leadership and run with it under the mentorship guidance of elders, leaders, mentors, as leaders of tomorrow in their own rights. This concern generates a number of questions that we should take on and make spirited efforts to answer. The question that we are trying to answer in this presentation is how ready and prepared are the youth for the calling and responsibility embodied in service to country as public service? Is there a sufficiently structured mentorship nexus and hand-holding between the leadership core that are in charge today in Nigeria and the youth category? A leadership mentorship that could enable seamless political, policy, and administrative leadership succession, as is found in corporate governance and in global best practice. In other words, has the Nigerian youth been rightly primed and empowered for leadership responsibilities assumed in the not too young to rule legislative mandate, for example? Are the youth ready for leadership? Or better still, how ready is the next generation of leaders in Nigeria regarding their duty not only to keep the Nigeria project alive, but to crystallize the Nigerian dream? There are also some related questions that provide a bit of statistics regarding how practically, if we go beyond the ideological and the philosophical arguments, how practically can we say the youth are connected? President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has made it a policy to bring on board a lot of very young people. I'm sure the general of this center is one of them. And I can see a number of people around the room, the minister, a whole number of them. But we still need to, nonetheless, ask the question. Beyond the current federal government of Nigeria, are there society-wide measures? And what are the indicators that we should be looking at if there is significant youth participation? And I post them as questions. How many political parties out of the numerous that we have in Nigeria today have an influential and fully integrated youth wing that contribute to internal party politics? Number two, how many civil society groups are committed to youth development beyond the mere lip service to their significance? How many faith-based, religious organizations, for that matter, look to the spiritual rejuvenation of the youth beyond the mere number that attend churches or mosques? How many organizations are dedicated beyond hypes and desire for visibility and funding? How many are dedicated to youth empowerment in truth and in spirit? In what sense have the youth been integrated into national decision-making process beyond privileged appointments in manner that is institutionalized and sustainable? Are there any longer active student movements that could challenge national injustice and political brigandage? And I can go on and on. So what is the philosophical underpinning of this discourse? The first point to make, one which is extensively explored by leadership theorists, and which our previous speaker also referenced. Irreducible truth that leadership is not a title or a position. Rather, leadership is the ability of an individual or a collective to conceive a compelling vision that affirms acceptable grand picture of the desirable picture that the people can connect with, and which demonstrates significant understanding of what development is all about. Beyond advancing the vision of the greater future for society and the Nigerian people, there must also be the evidence of leadership capacity to influence and guide the youth category in one breath and other members of society on the other, to take a bet on the vision and jump into the transformation journey with it. Leadership and public service also demand the capacity and skills to make sound and sometimes difficult decisions, establishing achievable goals, and providing followers with the tools and knowledge for achieving the goals. This framework and argument then raises the relevant question: how can we best characterize the current reality regarding the crying expectations of the youth category, given some glaring statistics that are just there in the public domain? The first is that close to 80 million of Nigerian youth people or young people are unemployed or unemployable, representing over half of the Nigerian's youth population. And those employed are trapped in unproductive jobs that sometimes promises uninspiring future advancement. And 10 million fresh graduates are offloaded onto the labor market from schools and colleges annually. Indeed, when we think of the youth category, the notion of youth bulge paints the picture statistically. It suggests strong excess human assets with significant potential to be turned into considerable productivity opportunity with the right measure of policy creativity and forthrightness. Unfortunately, the larger mass of young people are there restive in a dynamic that oscillates between a sense of entitlement, high expectation, deep-rooted frustration, and multidimensional poverty. What then is the challenge for policy in the context of the renewed hope development policy unfolding? The challenge for us as policymakers and managers is one of how to move from pessimism of youth seeming hopelessness, unemployment, social anomy, and criminality to hopefulness, to a future guided and tempered by a new mental model and strategic mindset that think more of the youth as assets to be molded, engaged, mentored, and empowered within a theory of change that sees the youth demographic category as the greatest asset that any nation can possibly have. I'd like to establish just one missing link that is creating a very difficult challenge for leadership succession and intergenerational conversation with the youth. And that's the whole notion of a lack of effective mentorship. We must hit the nail on the head with the vital diagnosis that a big chunk of the youth challenge is that they are caught between the devil of leadership failure in the last decades and the blue sea of failed mentorship. Nigerian youth category is, in other words, ruthless in a manner of speaking. And whereas the island nationalists, the Awolowo, the Enin-Njoku, Azikiwe, Ahmadu Bello, and all, the founding fathers, and also the Wole Soyinka's wasted generation had opportunity trusted at them in their young ages. Virtually all the first generation leaders in Nigeria became leaders in their own right in their 20s and in their 30s. Present day youths are growing up within a dynamic, lacking mentors that they should look up to for inspiration. And a system without mentors will struggle with growth, efficiency, and sustainable and inclusive development. Is it then right to theorize that perhaps there is a general crisis of poverty of spirits among the older generation in the country? In other words, is elite nationalism still hard developmental, self-serving, self-aggrandizing, and less than patriotic, making it look as if it's only a minority of leadership core in the land that are taking Nigeria seriously? Can one reasonably say that there is a dearth of critical mass of men and women of integrity in our climb, making it difficult to have mentors who can be looked up to as role models and change agents, those able to motivate, energize, and mobilize the younger generation as needed for deeply rooted national change management, ethical revolution, and transformational leadership in the country? This explains why, in reality, before current evidence of intentional enlistment of young people in significant number in leadership, in political leadership position by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, they were almost politically irrelevant, only good as a mass body for violence, electoral fraud, and malpractices. This desperately and helplessly unemployed army of youth have developed and perfected the art of begging and dependence sense of entitlement. Although they are perhaps far more educated, qualified, cosmopolitan, and exposed, the bulk of the members of this demographic are mostly employed in heinous vices as cultism, drug abuse, and cybercrime, focus on entertainment and easy life. They disdain nationality, only desperate to escape the country in what has been described as the Japa and brain drain syndrome. But I'd like to deconstruct these theories. Thinking change and reform, we interrogate the philosophical and ideological basis that policy initiative must first attend to, so they will be firmly rooted, going critical attention away from seeing the youth as a critical resource to be harnessed and deployed national development. And I like to illustrate with one example how my own theory of how we should prepare the Gen Z for the public service. I like to illustrate the kind of mindset that could ignite the mental model advanced in the foregoing with the illustration of how the asset value of the Gen Z or the Zoomers should begin to feature as policy intelligence and strategic vision. With the baby boomers, those who domesticated the inherited British public service administrative system into the post-independence Nigeria, almost gone, and the millennia struggling with a public service that has so far not accepted them and has consistently failed to see their significance, and indeed have been driving them to the private sector. It is to the Gen Z, for instance, the generation of that I describe as the digital natives, renowned for being technologically savvy, adaptive, since they live on smartphones, video games, social media, adept at manipulating gadgets, and operating network that we must look up to as strategic partners and game changer in building the next generation public service and political leadership in Nigeria. This is one generation that have lived through series of global public crises, economic recession, Ebola, COVID-19 pandemics, climate change, terrorism. They are indeed the core that basically understand the transformative capacity of the new technology, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, robotics, and therefore capable of culturally integrating with the demand of the fourth and fifth industrial revolution. All across the world, therefore, high-performing public services are depending on Gen Z to bring them up to speed with the imperative digital world that is transforming and debureaucratizing the public service. They therefore possess the capability to lead the digital revolution in society and the workplace, and in ways that grant the capability readiness of the public servants as strategic partners and game changer in Nigeria. The critical question to ask is whether the public service is actually ready for them. The Zuma do not want to spend all their days at work, all the days of the week at work. They don't want to resume 8 and close at 5 at work. They don't want to spend 35 years on broken service. They don't want to have one job for life. In short, current bureaucratic culture must be reframed as they are incongruous with the expectation of the Zoomers for an efficient institution driven by foresight, strategy, authority of knowledge, and technology. Lastly, values reorientation and cultural adjustment will be very imperative for building the next generation of leaders in Nigeria. Reform needs deepening, consolidation, rethinking, and reinvention. This demands that the value of public spiritedness must be highlighted as the key to seeing the public service as a spiritual calling, to serve others selflessly and with a sense of deferred gratification. We must indeed get a handle on pay and compensation as driver of merit and performance without discounting the Herzberg hygiene factors. In other words, in pushing the frontiers of public spiritedness and spirituality of service, we must not be made to continue to reject the value of competitive wage and incentive system that is linked to labor productivity in the public sector. Indeed, Max Weber insists that those who service the public and hence live from polity to find it sufficiently rewarding. It is in this sense that we must make the issue of wage, incentive, and compensation with the associated imperative of restructuring, right sizing, job re-evaluation and development, and tempered adversarial industrial relation, and make them critical to redirect the endemic orientation of public away from bureaucratic corruption and instant gratification. It is when we get to this critical heart and mind core of workers' culture, what Douglas McGregor called the theory Hess dynamic, that we would have commenced the building of a new breed of public managers that can be oriented to imbibe a new culture of work, mental model, and capability readiness to lead the system into a new golden age, one that Nigeria requires to make democratic governance work for the people in truth and in spirit, and in a stewardship and accountable relationship and social compact with Nigeria. In conclusion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria has the potentials to capitalize on the redefining, on the redefining era that the renewed leadership and multi policies are unleashing. In this connection, current effort to deepen youth engagement through series of national summits on youth and the intergenerational dialogue component held in recent times are commendable. The output of all of these conversations must, however, be necessarily harnessed to revise the national youth policy as base fundamental. In taking the benefit of various continental as we initiative, as we should, to deepen the Nigerian youth policy. Nigeria needs not reinvent any wheel, as the African and the implementation roadmap and the African Youth Decade of Plan of Action provide veritable benchmark. Implementing the new National Youth Strategy should therefore adopt policies capable of igniting a significant shift from the assumption that youth matter and their progress is an all-government affair. We should go away from the part that government can do it all in attending to the youth question. Beyond the governmental synergies of the three tiers of government, therefore, public-private partnerships should be emphasized, and significant space and allowance should be incentivized for NGOs, CBOs, faith-based organizations who might indeed be the biggest contributors to the whole value chain. In this whole framework of policy work, I assume that we have already elaborated measurable objectives that can be calibrated into the National Youth Index to encapsulate the narrative of a stakeholder-driven and shared envisioned future for Nigeria. This will, of course, drive on a paradigm shift in education and training to breed a new generation of enterprising, skilled, innovative, and self-reliant youth category, meaningful strategy for enhanced strategic communication and expanded engagement as better structured intergenerational conversation and dialogue. There should be permanent structure for smoothing the cutting edge of policy through youth-engaged policy research and networking. This will in turn translate into a national system of evaluation, quality control, and accountability and feedback for robust national youth development chain management going forward. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your kind attention.
A beautiful keynote address there from Professor Tunji Olaokpa. Thank you very much, Prof, for coming here and for delivering that beautiful keynote address. He's the chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission, and he's been talking on the values-driven leadership, bridging the gap between youth aspirations and the realities. And when he mentioned Gen Zs, I actually saw a few Gen Zs in the house. Gen Zs, where are we? 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 Okay. I hope you took to heart what he said, right? This is the time for we to get up. I'm a Gen Z as well. You guys will take me, right? This is the time for us to get up and do more than social media and content creation. On that note, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, as the program is, unfolding and getting more interesting, we're moving now to the panel discussion segment. Permit me to respectfully call on stage the moderator of this panel session in person of Rafiat Atonda, UNODC Unagi. There she is, and she's going to be calling on the panelists of this session. Please, let's appreciate our very own Rafiat. You're welcome.
Thank you so much to our fantastic MC. Another round of applause for her. No, that one is for you. You need to give our MC a rousing applause. So, round of applause for the MC. Thank you so much. In no particular order, can I please have Ms. Abiodun Esiet, the SSA to the President on Community Engagement, and she's also a gender rights activist. You people, you are not clapping, Can I also have Miss Suraya Ahmad? She is an entrepreneur and a civic leader. May I please invite Mr. Rotimi Olawale, the co-founder of Youth Up Africa and a youth development expert. Can I also have Dr. Elizabeth Abiti Douglas? So we have Mr. Samson Itodo here. I haven't seen him. Okay, he's not here yet. Okay, so hopefully he can join us much later. But please, a round of applause for all my panelists. Look here, you people, you have to tell me what is going on. Why are you so stingy with your applause? What is happening? Okay, so I understand that Mr. Samson Itodo, the founder of Yaga Africa, will be joining us online. And hopefully would have a fantastic conversation this afternoon. Let me take my seat as a moderator. All right, very distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to you all. Guys, good afternoon to you all. Please, before we go into the conversation proper, I need you to very kindly do something for me. Turn to the person sitting beside you. Have you done that? Turn. Give them a warm smile. And say volunteer. You need to say it very loudly. Say volunteer. One more time, volunteer. Thank you. A round of applause for yourselves. You cannot even clap for yourselves. Anyways, as a professional volunteer myself, I am very excited to moderate the conversation on grassroots volunteerism from community service to national impact. This topic is very important to us as we reflect on Nigeria's journey in 65 years. And if you're also in the development space, you're in the news, learning what is happening around the world, you would also know that there is a shift in global funding. So if we must get things done, we have to work with volunteers in a way that helps them become better versions of themselves and not being exploited. In no particular order, I'm going to be starting my first question with Mr. Rotimi Olawale, who is the co-founder of Youth Hub Africa and of course a youth development expert. Mr. Rotimi, first off, I have benefited from one of your initiatives. Thank you, Margaret Ekpo Fellowship. Yeah, so you've spent over 15 years amplifying youth voices and shaping policy. What role can you say that volunteerism has played in building the credibility and momentum behind Youth Hub Africa's advocacy work?
All right, thank you very much. Let me first thank and acknowledge the organizers of today's conversation, and I think it's a very topical one. First, we have listened to two very eloquent and brilliant keynotes, and they have elucidated a lot of points. Having said that, I think that volunteerism is already woven into the fabric of the Nigerian nation in many ways. One of such is the National Youth Service Corps program, which in some ways promotes the values of volunteering, moving young people from different parts of the country to another, first to work in a place that they are not familiar with, but beyond their 9 to 5, they are also meant to do some sort of community service. And those who then distinguish themselves in this community service then get an award. There are different layers of award, local government level, state level, and national level. Within the work that Youth of Africa does, within the work that we currently promote in Nigeria around the youth development ecosystem, I think that volunteering remains a strong pillar of the work that we do. We recently finalized a conference over the weekend, and that conference was made possible with over 40 volunteers who supported us in ensuring the conference was well documented and well delivered. And I think that when young people look at volunteering within the context of a nation like Nigeria that we are in, one of the things that young people say is when they go to apply for a job, people ask you for work experience. Volunteering is one of the things that can easily give you that work experience when you don't have one and are trying to build up your career and trying to develop skills. The second advantage is also skills building. If you live in a country like ours, when many people find themselves in a university, they want to do course A, but they did not get qualified to do course A. They are given course B. So it's not unusual you go and see year 1 and year 2 students. What are you studying in the university? They say, I was given this. You know, that tells you that it's not their first choice. When you find yourself in such a situation, how do you then develop critical skills that can help you to overcome the challenge that you find yourself in? One of such is volunteering. Volunteering will put you out, will allow you to interact with people, will allow you to network, will allow you to gain critical skills in the way that you work and while you're doing things. I have been a volunteer. I continue to volunteer within the work that I'm doing. And in fact, also sitting on this panel, I think is also part of volunteering and contributing back to our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rotimi, for that succinct response. And, very true to what you said. Volunteering can give you the experience that you need, and it can open doors for you. Today, I also currently work with the United Nations, and the role was gotten through a volunteering experience as well. So in case you're thinking, oh, is it worth it? Because sometimes as young people, when money is not involved, you start asking yourself, do I really want to put in my best? So really thank you. I'll come back to you again. My next question is directed to Ms. Abiodun Esiet, who is the SSA to the President on Community Engagement and also a gender rights activist. I was in a session where she was a keynote speaker, and Ms. Abiodun Esiet said something regarding the boy child and the girl child. She said, every time there's a boy, you hear, for the most part, a bouncing baby boy. But when it's a girl, you just hear a baby. So she told us that day that we have to decolonize language and how we construct these things. So either it's a boy or a girl, it's a bouncing baby. A round of applause for her. Thank you. I've held on to that for a very long time, and I had to just say this. I need to also mention that she has quite an interesting journey in terms of her career trajectory. This is someone who started out as a nurse, and now she is the SSA to the President on Community Engagement. And I can tell you for free, because I know people who also work with her, she is a great grassroots mobilizer. Thank you. So from nursing to national politics, your journey reflects deep community roots. What lessons would you say have helped you in sustaining volunteer energy, particularly in underserved communities?
Thank you very much, Honorable Moderator. And thanks to also the DG for the Citizenship and Leadership Center, and also the partners. I'm really honored to be here to share my experience and my journey so far. I actually didn't practice nursing for up to 2 years when I graduated, but I moved into civil society. So I'm part of the people who have crossed over from civil society into politics. I've spent over 15 years of my life doing grassroots activism, gender activism, and now I'm in politics part-time. Okay, so a huge part of my journey and development has been about serving the community and also helping in human capital development at the community level in terms of community gathering, in terms of transformation, in terms of education, sensitization, advocacy. It's all about community. And when this appointment came, I felt it was the right appointment for me. And I've been in the civil society. I've learned a whole lot about volunteerism. I've volunteered for so many organizations, from Center for Development, from MacArthur, a whole lot of organizations that I've actually volunteered in. And in the process of volunteering, I've actually been trained on how, to continue my activism, gender activism, and so many other things. There was an occasion where they asked me to come and volunteer, and it was for a memorial. I was saying, memorial? Just like that. They said, yes, we need you to come and volunteer. Not knowing that it was a really intense memorial service where there were keynote speakers, lectures, books. So we're meant to, document the experiences and also share back on social media what transpired with him, because the person that we were celebrating was a strong activist, and we wanted to document his journey so far. So in the spirit of volunteering, you're also becoming the person who you are really becoming. It's all about passion. It's all about what you stand for. So when I moved into gender activism, there was something that occurred to me. I decided that, okay, we've been talking about, the percentage of women in political positions. So why are we just talking about it? Why not just go into it? I felt, okay, I don't have to sit on the fence. Let me just go into politics and show, whatever we have been saying in civil society, we can actually practice it in politics. I ran for councillorship position in my ward, and I was the most highly educated amongst all the people contesting for councillorship in Abuja here. I already had my master's when I was going to councillorship, and that, got dawned on me that it wasn't about your educational background that you need to really change things in politics. It's all about your passion and your determination to change the narrative. And, knowing fully well that we're internal party democracy issue you need to learn. So it's about, learning the ropes from the bottom level. So seeing me now at the federal level, I have contested as a councillor before. I've also contested as area council vice chairman in Abuja Municipal Area Council. I've also worked in Abuja Municipal Area Council before now, and now I'm at the federal level. So it has been a journey of my passion and, volunteerism. Part of what I decided to do by crossing over into politics was about changing the narrative. Because women position, the only position left for women from the world level up to even the national is a women leadership, women leader. That's the only position you have. So I was counting when I wanted to go for councillorship. I said, okay, if all the women leader in each of these words vote for me, I should emerge. But the women are not even looking forward to even voting for their fellow women, because the men have already bought them over with monies and every other thing. So I started educating the grassroots women on the need for us to close the gender gap. And because, I told them that, the local government is actually the responsibility of a local government chairman. Is actually the responsibility of a woman. You take care of sanitation. You take care of water, you take care of primary school, and the women are at the center stage of all those areas. Primary school takes your children to school, the women. Who is in the market to understand the sanitation problem? The women. Who needs water most? The women. So why are you not vying for, the chairmanship position? Because you understand the issues that, is happening at the local level, but that, is a whole different ball game. So, going into politics, sensitizing people about, gender inclusion was what I felt I wanted to transform my, volunteerism, my passion into gender activism, and, which, is now a story for another day. I'm happy for where we are because we've been able to touch other women and also encourage more other people. In any gathering, you see women are taken back because they don't want to express themselves. And throughout my journey, I've actually encouraged women to come out and speak and defend themselves and to come out and even address issues. Because if they don't give you a seat at the table, I'm happy that it's only Rotimi that is a guy here, because we hardly find women on panel section for them to even talk, but now it's only the men that are here. Women are taking over because we are now saying, okay, we have the voice, we want to speak, because you don't know how a woman is, what women go through, when you are pregnant. It's only a woman that can tell you. So beyond just being a feminine, women can also be a great accountant. You can see different parts of the world, and when they are having financial issues, that's when they say Minister for Finance, women, because the men have tried it. They wanted, the women to now change the narrative, but it's not about bringing women at difficult positions to manage leadership, but understanding gender equality, intersectionality, understanding that, I'm here, women have a particular need that they need their leadership to be there. Men cannot address those needs on their own, but women need to complement that in terms of understanding the issues they are facing and on channeling resources. We are talking now on gender budgeting. We are talking about, channel resources to things that address both men and women, boys and girls. You can see school feeding is a part of our budget that address issues about children in school. Paying tax, infrastructure, those, things addresses different genders differently, and that's why we've been clamoring for more women. And I'm happy that Madam Risola Abiola is a woman, and she's changing the narrative about how women can be a leader in different leadership positions. And you can see the transformation that she has started
at this institution to show that women have the capacity and the technical know-how. So women should be encouraged to do volunteerism, and from there, they follow their passion through and become what they need to be. Thank you so much. Sorry for taking your time.
Thank you so much. You know, she said she's a politician, and you can tell that when you ask a politician to speak, they can go on and on. And in her own case, she's not just a politician, she's one with a difference. So thank you so much. I'll come back to you again. My next question is directed to a woman whom the first time I heard her speak at the Young Women's Leadership Conference, organized, of course, by Dr. Risola as well, I started thinking about money, because the way she was calling the money, even me, I felt, She said, I raised so dollars for family and friends. You know, even those in the audience are like, You know, you're not even talking in naira, you're speaking in dollars. So in case you're still thinking small about money, trust me, this woman, she will make you have a rethink about money. I talk of no other but Ms. Soraya Ahmed, who is a founding partner for Sabwa Capital. Ma'am, your story from nomadic roots to global recognition is a powerful example of personal transformation. So talk to us about how community service has shaped your early leadership journey.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Honorable Moderator. My name is Soraya Ahmed. It's great to be here today. Thank you for having us. I mean, when you talked about nomadic roots, which, you know, I can very much relate to, I like to tell a very small story about 13 years ago. So originally, I'm from Sabo, Ibadan, which is where the name of my fund came from, Sabu Capital. And if you know Sabo, Ibadan, you probably know the kind of community that is resident in Sabo. And that is the kind of community that probably doesn't even recognize the presence of government, because it's a community that is self-sufficient, people are fending for themselves, and majority of the children probably did not go to school, just like me at a point in time. And I remember when I relocated to Abuja as a teenager, and I would eventually go back to my community for holidays. So one of such holidays was in 2012. I think I was just around 20 at the time. Finished secondary school, waiting for admission, had written a couple of JAMs and post-UMS. And I remember it was Ramadan. I went to visit a couple of family and friends, and I was pained. I was pained by what I saw. I was pained by seeing a grandmother with 4 of her daughters, 3 of whom were divorced. 1 was widowed, with a lot of grandchildren that could not even feed during Ramadan. I was just a child myself, no job. Of course, I was trying to get into university. And I said to myself that why? Why would somebody not be able to eat during the month of Ramadan? And I came back to Abuja. I pulled together a few of my friends. I told them, let's raise money and feed people in Sabo. We raised 800,000 naira. Just like that, we called a bunch of friends, sat down in Form 1 at Wuse 2, and we raised money. And I went back to Sabo, and we fed those people. And I realized, well, you can't keep feeding people, right? So what happens next year? What happens the year after? I said, okay, let's make this a charity. Let's buy a few sewing machines. Let's take a few of these children to school. And fast forward to about 13 years later, right? This is the same charity that we went from raising 800,000 to 8 million naira without any form of, just basically by asking people to donate. We sent a couple of children to school, including IDPs, including some children from Sabo Ibadan themselves. And when I think about it, I think about a time when I raised 8 million naira, but I needed 4 million naira to pay for my school fees in the UK, and I didn't have it. And so there was a conflict at that time, and I'm driving somewhere. I don't think it's enough to want to volunteer or to want to lead. I think we need to want to do it with integrity and character. And I think that integrity and character is something that is heavily missing in our society. We have synonym, so there's a synonym between leadership and getting rich in our society. It's almost as if you're asked to lead something, you've been given license to make money from it. And I think it's really important that we emphasize on character. So I had 8 million naira in the bank account that was donated by people, and I needed 4 million to pay for my school fees. It was easy. Nobody was auditing us. If I take that 4 million naira and I pay for my school fees, nobody will question me. But I said to myself, if you take that money, there will be 50 children that will not go to school. So you have to. Somehow, God will find a way for you to find your own school fees without taking from those children. And I think for me, one of the resounding realities that I had from that experience was not being able to pay for my school fees made me to go and look for a job in the UK. Now, when I went to interview for that job, half of my competency-based questions were answered through running of my charity. My questions on my team members, my question on when I have had to deal with a problem, my question of when I've had to solve many things. Competency-based questions are usually based on lived experiences. Those questions were answered strictly from running of my charity and the team that I had put together, because I had never worked before then. So I got a job, got experience, multiple years of experience that has now directly translated into where I am. And remember, if I had taken the other option of simply taking my school fees from that money in the bank account, I would never have gotten to trying to get that job, talk less of being where I am today. So I think we really need to work on building character, having some form of a personal philosophy per se. And I think that is something in our society that is extremely difficult to come across. So people that would say, even if I'm put by the knife today, I will not steal from the public purse. I'll find a way to make it somehow. I know that's not the question you asked, I'm sorry. But I just felt like with the audience that we have today and the conversation around volunteerism and leadership, it is essential to talk about character in the midst of all this. Now, can you help me repeat your question so I can answer it? I'm sorry.
Well, you answer in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. So how would you say your community service shaped your early leadership journey?
I mean, I think in terms of community leadership, I would say pick a problem, right? Pick a purpose in life. Because when you ask yourself, why am I in this world? What am I doing here? I look at this world like a philosophy of somebody that's traveling through the desert. Eventually, it's a journey that will come to an end. But the question is, through that journey, were you able to leave a mark somewhere that somebody coming after you would be able to get some sense of direction? I think that is where, as young people, we need to ask ourselves, really, what is our purpose in life? And as a country, we're a country inundated with so many problems. Like, you do not have to look far to see the problems that you need to solve. Pick a problem, become an expert in solving that problem, and trust me, you will eventually make money from it. Like, money always comes when you have expertise, when you're competent at doing something, and you're also making impacts at the same time. For me, Sabu Capital is a typical way of putting together the impact that I want to make in my community, so creating jobs for young people and for women, investing in small and medium enterprises, but also making money. Because when you're investing in businesses, you make returns on investment, you make management fees from money that investors have given you to manage for them. So at the end of the day, it will all come together. But it will not come together if you do not have a purpose. So I think find your purpose, find a single problem, focus on it, and be incredibly good at solving the problem. Upskill massively. I didn't go from not knowing how to speak English to speaking the grammars I'm speaking. It's as a result of upskilling. So work on yourself, a lot of personal development, and you will see that, honestly, the world is just waiting for you to come, and it will give you so many opportunities for you to do what you need to do.
Thank you very much. You know, you said a lot of things, but I picked like 2 things for now. You talked about integrity and also character, if you're volunteering for any organization at all. And I want to add to the character. And I want to add to what you said on character, which is also about listening to people, particularly when there are people who have got the experiences that can reshape your life. So I'm saying this now to the young people, especially in the room. There are side talks. You see the persons we have on the panel here, they are experts, they are professionals with many years of experience. And trust me, there's so much that you can learn from them. So if you have questions, hopefully there'll be time for us to take questions from the audience. But right about now, we need to maintain good character. Please stop the side talks and listen. It's very important. Thank you. So my next question is to Mr. Samson Itodo, who is joining us online. Can you hear me, sir? Hello, Mr. Samson, can you hear me? Okay, so while technical team is fixing that, I will move on to Dr. Elizabeth. You have worked with youth-focused platforms, a good number of them, and of course you currently support the Nigeria Future Funds, if I'm not mistaken. So what are the most effective ways you will suggest to mobilize young volunteers around national values?
Thank you very much for the question. And as has been done by other speakers before myself, really just taking the opportunity to thank the CLTC and other organizers for this opportunity to have this great conversation. And now to the question that you've asked, Madam Moderator. There are actually quite a few ways. Essentially what we're talking about is, and I mean the theme of our gathering today speaks to that. How do we revive, that spirit of volunteering, serving, not necessarily because you get paid for it, but because it's the right thing to do, but then it's also tied to values, right? Why would someone want to volunteer typically? You want to help build your community, you want to help solve problems, you want to help make the lives of everyone else better. You've seen something, you feel compelled to do something about it. But again, what that speaks to is someone who has a heart for service, who has a sense of responsibility, right? And is typically not the sort of person who is comfortable sitting back and allowing other people do things for them. So if we're talking about how we're going to get young people to adopt these values and adopt that mindset, there are actually a few practical things we can do. Number one is around role modeling and our culture, right? Values, whether they are individual or collective, speak to the things that we consider as important. We talked about integrity a moment ago. Now we're talking about service. As Nigerians, and those of us who are in positions of leadership, whether we hold offices or not, what do we reward and what do we penalize? When the young people around us or when individuals take initiative and come up with ideas and say, oh, I've seen something, we need to fix this, I think this will work, how do we respond? If you shut them down, you are quietly sending the message that, you know what, your thoughts, your opinions don't matter. But if instead you go, you know what, let's hear you out. Before you know it, you've taken a seed, you've watered that seed, and then you create a monster. You create someone, whatever situation they find themselves, are confident, are more likely to step forward. They see something, they want to do something. So that point around, what we reward versus what we penalize. And then if we have individuals who are doing these things, do we seek to actively identify them and acknowledge them? Think of late Dr. Adadevo. As a nation, we owe her our lives. Nigeria could have, our story now would have been very different. The fact that often, we have it after her, often in these conversations, her name comes up That's what we're doing. Well, I mean, beyond acknowledging her, and then those who are connected to her and expressing our gratitude in every way we can. I'm sure she was just doing her job. She wasn't expecting any special recognition. But then it behoves on the rest of us. When someone does values, qualities that we say we want, you praise what you want so that you get more of it. So that's one key thing. Another thing that we can do is create opportunities for service beyond platforms like the NYSC, right? So UN has the UN Volunteer Program. You have organizations like, I'm trying to remember, there's one particular international NGO whose reason for existing is promoting the volunteer culture, right? And by the way, volunteering doesn't always mean unresourced. I think that's one thing we also need to correct. Yes, you're not being paid for a job, but at least the money you need for your transport, to get things done, those are things we should look at covering. But I would challenge us, and again, maybe this goes to not just, like we've identified, we're very quick to say government. Yes, government has a very big and important role to play here, but for civil society organizations, non-governmental organizations, corporate bodies, right? Where are the opportunities that we create to encourage volunteerism beyond your National Youth Service? NYSC caters to our graduates, right? What about those of our young people who don't get the chance to go to school? What if we had an NYSC for artisans, or those who just finished second, or who don't even have any formal learning? You just need to be a young Nigerian. You have skills to offer. You have a passion to serve. We identify where there are areas where you can plug in, and we make it possible for you to do that. Imagine if we had, we went gaga with this thing.
Yeah.
So let me end here, because I know time's not our friend.
Thank you very much. And I love the $1 million question that you asked. What if? We are running out of time, but I like to have direct engagement with young people. So we're going to be taking just 1 or 2 questions from the audience. Do we have questions? Okay, there's somebody. Okay, I saw a hand first. Yes, you, ma'am. Yes. And please keep it short and simple. I saw a hand first.
Good day, everyone. My name is Efe Eru, and my question is this. There are so many of us that would love to volunteer, but we don't have the opportunity to. Sometimes we apply, but we don't get responses. Like for this program, I saw it on someone's status, and I had to register and come just to gain more insight about what volunteering is all about. So my question is this. Oftentimes, we don't get the opportunity to. So how do we fix this? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next person.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Favor Ogumba from Elekad Foundation. And it's funny how she asked that question, and it almost relates to what I have to say. You own a charity, or you found a charity. I also am a co-founder of Elekad Foundation. And most of the time, I have seen where, we're looking for volunteers, but because an incentive or money is not attached, people don't want to come, people don't want to participate. It's not about the passion anymore. So I'm asking, how do you balance it? How do you actually grow passion or make people see the bigger picture? Because most of the time we're looking for UN opportunities, we're looking for this opportunity, that opportunity, but when you look around you, you see that there are actually smaller foundations that you can use to build your portfolio, and you have experience, you grow, you can actually grow with them. But people are not just interested in that without an incentive being attached to it.
We've got
So
the
I'm just
question.
asking-
Thank you. So we can go to the next.
Thank you.
Okay, those two.
Yeah,
All
just
right.
two.
Um,
Okay, so we just have to pick one more person, and I think here.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My really a question. I feel it's like a challenge. I've been participating in volunteering on various events, and sometimes I'm not really satisfied. I volunteer in many ways that the incentive is not even enough for my transportation, talk of feeding. But after everything, there is no form of recognition. Like you spend your time, you spend your resources, and no recognition at all to even show that you did something that will maybe help you in the future to grow. So in that aspect, I think that's a problem that is making a lot of people not really volunteering. Since you cannot get money from it, why not add value to you in a way? Because
Thank
it's not
you
only getting
very
the
much.
skills sometimes.
So
if you don't have anything to show,
sorry to cut
nobody
in.
will believe you.
Thank you, but we have to really move now.
All right. So back to you, judges. Okay, now to balance the equation, right? One man. We've only given 4 ladies, right? The opportunity. This man, I'm so sorry.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ibrahim Umar. My own question is straightforward to the SSA and the nomadic aspect of the panel section. As you contested since the grassroots as a councillor, where the national politics takes you now, what will be your advice to the young Nigerians in the grassroots? Then to the nomadic, we, as I am Fulani, we are facing such of nomadic commission getting out of, or going to extension. What in the nomadic sector or in the less privileged Almajiris, because the commission is getting into extinction, it's no more functioning the way that sector. What advice do you have for us to revive that in terms of catering that gap? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Can I please ask the panelists to do justice to the question? Well, please, in 2 minutes each. So who wants to go first?
So I will tackle the question around lack of opportunities for volunteering. I know what I was sound a bit like gaslighting, but I will have to disagree that there aren't opportunities to volunteer. We just had, an organization right there say we're looking for volunteers. But interestingly enough, the point you made and the question that the other lady asked, the responses to them are intertwined. So it's not that there are absence of opportunities. I guess maybe for most people it's absence of opportunities where there are stipends. And again, it makes sense, right? If an organization is going to cover costs, they may not be able to pay you for, your expertise, but they can at least make sure that you have something that will cover your transport, certain basic things. That's risk that they have to find from their own purse. And of course, that's not limitless. So the number of slots that will be available will be those that are dependent on the number of people, of volunteers that they can cater for, right? So, that kind of answers the question. But if, for those of us who can afford to, and really, really, truly just want to find ways that we can key in and, provide support, there are opportunities. I mean, as a young person myself, I can tell you, I volunteered. In fact, it was maybe in the last 10, 15, started hearing of paid internships, paid volunteering. For our own generation, whether it was in your religious community, at organizations, volunteering typically and interning typically was unpaid. But I can tell you it was really rewarding. The experience you get, the connections you get, and even just getting clarity on the path, the way you want to change the world, the way problems you want to solve, is worth any money that they would give you to do it.
Okay, I think we have Mr. Itodo online now. Yes, and he's ready to speak. Hello, sir.
Hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear
Okay. Yes, we can hear you. Mr. Sampson, thank you for joining us despite the technical
Can
glitches.
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, it was muted. Okay, you hear me now? Oh?
Yeah, the network is not. So maybe we can take Mr. Rotimi now.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh.
Okay, can you hear me? The connection is not stable, unfortunately. Mr. Sampson, please. Sorry. Sorry to
All right. Thank you very much. I think I'll just respond to two questions, but combine them together.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me? Okay, please take it off.
All right, so I'll attempt to answer two questions together. The first lady that talked about trying to volunteer, not getting a response. What I would like to advise you is to make your volunteering request a little bit more targeted. As a non-profit that takes in lots of volunteers on an annual basis, and we receive way much more volunteering requests than that we have the capacity to take in. But what makes some people successful and others not successful is when volunteers are targeted. They know what they want, they know where they want to volunteer in, and they know what value they want to get from us and what they're also offering in return. That way, it's an easier pick to pick you. So for instance, we have a media department. You say, I want to volunteer in the media department and I would like to do X, Y, Z, right? That's a more targeted request than somebody who says, I want to volunteer anywhere. It's also the things for people looking for a job and say, find me a job anywhere. Find me anything. Find me anything, or I want to volunteer anywhere would not work. You have to be a little bit more targeted. For the lady who also talked about incentives, you also need to have a little bit more clarity. I think you also said something around they give me stipend that does not cover my transport and may not be enough for feeding. The stipend you get as a volunteer will not necessarily cover your feeding. The stipend we give to people when they volunteer for us is actually only to cover their transport. If you stay long hours in a program like this, we would give you feeding, lunch during that program, and the stipend is meant to cover your transport. But what else can you gain as a volunteer? Some of the things that we offered. The conference we just finished, we gave a certificate of participation to all the volunteers to show that they volunteered in helping us plan a program. So that's something that you can get. We always tell our volunteers, if you ever need a letter of recommendation, let us know. Now, some of them, somebody reached us, it's closing at 8 p.m., send me a letter of recommendation. It's not possible. You have to give us adequate time because we have to write a letter on your behalf and we have to be always truthful. Some people will also come and say in the volunteer letter in the recommendation letter that I did X, Y, Z, but you did not do X, Y, Z. In our records, this is what you did. We will only be able to write for you what you have done in our records and not write something else. So you also have to be more open as to what kind of incentives you can gain from volunteering and be open to those kinds of things as opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Young people in the room, can we listen? Please, we do not want side talks. I'm going to be asking Mr. Sampson Itodo a very quick question, if he can, because it's online, he will come after, please. So, Mr. Sampson, if you can hear me, I want to talk about one of the greatest movements in Nigeria, which is the Not Too Young to Run. We know that the Not Too Young to Run movement began as a grassroots campaign and became a global model. Okay, sorry, it's no longer online. So, Ms. Abiodun, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. I will answer two of the questions about the opportunity for volunteerism. I think some of us are looking at volunteerism in terms of organization, registering in one organization, international organization, but beyond that, can actually volunteer in your community. I'm sure from the community where you are, there are needs in that community that you think, and I'm very sure that your expertise or your level of literacy can address. As simple as even in your community development association, volunteering as somebody that is keeping notes for the traditional, when they are having meetings or for community meetings, as short and simple as that, you are actually volunteering. Because some of us, I'm a Mandela Washington Fellow. Some of the things that made us scale through the interview of a Mandela Washington was basically what we have done at the grassroots that we can hone up to. So as a special advisor to a local government chairman, I created a national movement called the Young Female Special Advisors Forum, where we had special advisors from presidency. I was in the local government that time, and this was one of the structures that I created that actually gave me the opportunity to even have most of the fellowships that people are clamoring for. So in your local structures, there may be needs that your community needs. Collating them, helping them to structure themselves is also part of volunteerism. In my office as an SSA, I created a platform called the Citizens Assembly. It's also a volunteering platform, and I'm happy some of our members across the North Central are here. It's a volunteering platform for you to be able to speak and document exactly what is going on in your community directly to our office. So when your community is in need of any challenges,
thank you,
when you come in, so you can actually relate to us. So for the advice,
they will reach out to you later. Thank you.
Okay,
please,
thank you so much.
Ms. Raya, please, 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I'll answer the two questions directed at me. So, Favor, I think I eventually stopped raising for my charity. I don't think it is sustainable. And what we did is to adopt a hybrid strategy, more like a social enterprise. So have something that is actually revenue generating, and then you direct some of that revenue to the impact that you want. So, for example, my fund has a foundation attached to it. And the idea is, as my fund takes returns and return on investment and profit, channel some of that profit. So that way you have a more strategy profit. That's just what I would say. On the nomadic, I honestly don't know much about the nomadic commission or the Almajiri. What I can say is there is modern way of doing it, and I think we can draw from lots of places around the world. For example, people in Saudi were nomads at the time in the Middle East, and now these people have grown into a nice way of they have educated their population, and people are getting out of rural areas actually. And I think as people that have come from, don't have it's our job to pick that third cost, bring them to this, take them to, and let them go back to those empower more people. We need to look at ways of empowering our community beyond waiting.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And that's a fantastic way to end the panel session. A round of applause for all of them. Thank you. It's been an insightful one. And I really just want to say thank you in no particular order to our panelists, Mr. Rotimi Olawale, Ms. Abiodun Esiet, Ms. Raya Ahmad, Mr. Samson Ito, and the last but definitely not the least, Dr. Elizabeth. Please, a round of applause for them one more time. Thank you, and clap.
Okay, please do not leave. Let's just stay back for a group photograph to be joined by the DGCLTC. Please kindly join them on stage, ma'am, for a group photograph. Thank you very much. Just like Rafiat Atonda rightly said, do not be stingy with your applauses. So one more time, let's give them a beautiful round of applause. An insightful session. If you agree with me, you heard their stories. They all started from somewhere, and here they are doing great things, making all of us proud. Thank you so much. And to our amiable moderator, Rafiata Tonda, thank you. The energy is always unmatched. Thank you, darling. On that note, I'm going to be calling on the representative of DGNOA, Mrs. Blessing Oyeni, for a quick welcome speech. Yes, a speech that's a keynote speech. Okay. Very quickly before we now take on entertainment at this moment in time. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please can we put our hands together for Mrs. Blessing Oyeni, please? All right, she's delivering a goodwill message. You're welcome, ma'am.
Keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle to stay.
Goodwill message by the Director General, National Orientation Agency, at the CLTC Nigerian at 65 Youth Team, reviving values and volunteerism among the youth. Distinguished guests, young leaders, fellow Nigerians, it is a profound honor to join you here today for this timely and significant youth conference. At 65, Nigeria is not just aging. She is evolving. And that evolution depends on what we, especially you, the youth, decide to make of this moment. This gathering is not just another event, it is a platform, a rallying point for reflection, resolution, and recommitment to the values that once defined us and the volunteer spirit that can propel us forward. Value. Values are not inherited. They are lived. And today, we are called to revive those timeless principles of integrity, unity, empathy, and selfless service, not through speeches alone, but through deliberate action. Volunteerism. Likewise, is not charity. It is leadership in the purest form. Okay. To volunteer is to believe that your life can be a solution to someone else's need, that your time, talent, and voice can heal, build, and inspire. We cannot overstate the importance of this conversation today, especially when we consider that over 70% of Nigerian population is under the age of 30. This is not just a demographic statistics. It is a national asset. It means that the energy, ideas, and values of young people will not only influence our future, they are the defining force of our present. Let me commend the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center, the Federal Ministry of Youth Development, and all collaborating partners for organizing this impactful conference. May the insights, debates, and deliberations from today's program translate into sustained action and enduring impact. The National Orientation Agency stands ready to continue partnering with you in fostering a culture of responsible citizenship, ethical leadership, and national cohesion. Thank you, and I wish us all fruitful deliberations.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please, once again, let's appreciate her one more time. Mrs. Blessing Oyem, representing DGNOA. Thank you very much for that beautiful goodwill message. And on that note, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, they say all work and no play makes who? The youths or the Gen Zs. Dull people, isn't it? At this moment, we have the NYC Cultural Troupe. They're here to thrill us and entertain us for the next 10 minutes, thereabout. So please, would like you to come on stage. We need this stage cleared though, by the way. There they are, prepared, looking vibrant in grey, white, green. You're welcome. Please come forward, come forward, come forward. DJ Fat, give us something nice as we clear the stage in between. Thank you.
What am I saying? Tell me where you day. What is Saturday? I go meet you there, 'cause I miss you every day. Call me any day, I'll be on my way. I'm 1 call away, no matter the situation. Keep my action, let me too much, I love you with passion. Jessica, Jennifer, Mami Basha, and who should be like no more fornication. You don't know, baby, then I want some. I say now you, only you, I want the sunshine. Yeah, I'm all about for my catalog, when I only you, where I want for my mansion. Girl, I'm not here to the confuse you. Girl, I'm only here to the convince you. That I love and I need and I miss you. Me, I love your body and your melodies. Follow me, give me jingle, taking me high with my energy. And if I love you, finish you. Don't leave me, oh, my. Baby, let me take you to the pizza. And you put it on your finger. If you make a memory to linger, I'll give you anything. I can't even sleep one night. I got you from my mind. I don't think of you. Calamity on my head. I can't even hold myself. I want to take some selfies. All over on you, Jack. But no fixing. I don't think my mind can I be your over? Don't leave me sober. Without you, my girl, see this life will be over. Life is nothing without you. There is something about you. Please below. Life is nothing without you. Master.
Lai, mafari ido, leta kashakwaya. Lai, mafari ido, leta kashakwaya. Late, lai, mafari ido, leta kashakwaya. Lai, mafari ido, leta kashakwaya. Late, lai, mafari ido, leta kashakwaya. Lai, mafari ido, leta kashakwaya. Choir.
Thank you. The energy is unmatched. Please, they need a louder round of applause. Rep your culture. Ẹ̀yin tẹ̀mí ṣe ilẹ̀ win. Ilẹ̀ win. Mutane na ku kuka ci? Ko ba ku ba? Ko muka ci ko? An gama magana. Ibo kwenu, hey. All right, beautiful. One more time, give yourselves a beautiful round of applause. That was interesting. But truly, when the fire came up, I said, "Shawa wala bye." But then again, Gaskiako. Okay, that's on a lighter note. Like I rightly said, all play without, all work without play makes everyone dull. At this moment, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're moving on and we're almost, coming to the end of this conference. But then again, we're going to be having on stage the Special Assistant to the President on Youth Initiatives, Monitoring and Delivery. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Dr. Titilope Badamosi. She's going to be talking on youth initiatives by the Renewed Hope Administration. So please, let's put our hands together to welcome her on stage for her beautiful presentation. There she is, ever ready. You're welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My dear sister, the Honorable DG for the Citizenship and Leadership Training. I think bringing me up immediately after the NYC troop is a challenge, and I would like to have my own dance, if you will. Except I don't have fire. Honorable Minister for Youth Development, ably represented here, distinguished guests, leaders of youth organizations, development partners, fellow Nigerians, gentlemen of the press. It's both an honor and a responsibility to stand before you today at this defining moment as we celebrate Nigeria at 5 years after independence. We are reminded that the strength of our nation lies not only in its resources, but also in its people, especially its young. Our energy, innovation, and resilience remain Nigeria's most powerful asset. As we reflect on reviving values and volunteerism, I am particularly pleased to share what the Renewed Hope Administration is doing to channel this energy, structured measurable, and impactful action through youth-focused programs, policies, and partnerships that are transforming opportunities to national progress. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has made it very clear that young people are not just beneficiaries of government programs, that we, young people, are co-architects of the new Nigeria that we are all building. That conviction bettered a new direction in youth governance, one that is anchored on data and evidence-based monitoring of youth, collaborative financing for youth initiatives across ministries, MDAs, parastatals, accountability mechanism, ensure that every intervention reaches target demographic. To achieve this, the presidency established the Office of the Special Assistant to the President on Youth Initiatives, Monitoring and Delivery, which is a coordination office that ensures that youth-focused initiatives are measurable and impactful. One of the flagship initiatives, the Youth Activities Dashboard, which is Nigeria's first central digital platform that tracks, maps, and monitors all development programs across federal MDA, development partners, and private institutions. Youth Activities Dashboard gives every Nigerian young person access to verified information on ongoing trainings, grants, employment schemes, digital innovation programs, and agricultural opportunities. Beyond access, Youth Activities Dashboard also enables accountability for every young person seated in this. It tells us that we know what is working, where the gaps are, and the resources that we have put, how they are being utilized to young people. The past 3 months alone, the dashboard data has guided youth assessment Osun, Kwara, including Kaduna, Imo, and Yobe State, helping government and partners realign interventions around. What have we done so far? The Renewed Hope administration understands that economic inclusion is the foundation of stability. Through coordinated action between MDAs and private partners, have the following ongoing intervention. 3 million technical talent program, which has been equipping young people with globally relevant digital skills. We have the National Youth Development Fund, supports agriculture and enterprise. We have the Youth Data Protection Awareness Program, which is in partnership with the NDP, building data literacy and digital safety awareness for 5,000 young people. We have CNG and Green Jobs Initiative, which provides training and jobs for youth in renewable energy. We have the Digital Training Fund, handled by NIDA, and this aims to train a lot of young people, especially those who are currently in their service year. We also have the Corpreneur, and now young people now have access to credit through the Credit Corps. Each of these is a part of a broader design to ensure that no young person is left behind, whether in technology, enterprise, agriculture, or civic leadership. Reviving values and volunteerism. But as we empower our youth with tools, we must equip them equally with values. And that is why we are here today. Please give ourselves a round of applause. Volunteerism is the spirit that built our communities and strengthened our humanity. It is the bridge between empowerment and purpose. Through volunteering, we are not just reigniting the spirit of service, but what we are doing is ensuring that we hand over to our children a banner without stain. The Renewed Hope vision is a shared responsibility. We are collaborating with state governments, development partners, the private sector, and youth-led organizations to harmonize our efforts to deliver a better youth demography. And as we mark Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary, I leave you with this truth. The future we seek is not in the distance. It is within our reach. It is in every young Nigerian who decides to live with integrity, serve with empathy, and build with courage. Our task is simple yet profound: to ensure that every Nigerian youth has the platform, skills, and values to rise, contribute, and lead. We have continued to revive the spirit of volunteerism, rekindle our shared values, and renew our collective hope. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Once again, please let's appreciate her for that beautiful presentation. The future we seek is not in a distance, but it is within our reach. All right, that was Dr. Titilope Gbadamosi, the Special Assistant to the President on Youth Initiatives Monitoring and Delivery. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that beautiful presentation. All right, with that being said, I think the results are out. So to our judges, if we are ready, are we ready? Okay, so let's have our results at this moment. The results are in, and of course we have Joy Benedion as well, the moderator, once again.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon again, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Yes, the results are in. But before we go to the announcement of the results, we have a couple of awards that we would like to present to some of our outstanding participants for the Youth Leadership Development Program. As I mentioned earlier, the Youth Leadership Debates is one of the two streams of the Youth Leadership Development Program. The other stream is the Change Projects, also known as the Community Change Projects. And we had two outstanding participants who delivered change projects in their communities. To support with giving these awards, I'd like to welcome Director of the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, Dr. Elizabeth Agbiti Douglas. Please put your hands together for her as she comes forward. Can we make the applause more resounding, please? Thank you. All right, to also support in presenting the awards for our Change Project winners, I'd like to make welcome the Director General, Citizenship and Leadership Training Center, Honorable Risola Abiola. Please let's also make welcome Special Assistant to the President on Youth Initiatives Monitoring and Delivery, Dr. Titilope Gbadamosi. And the program's coordinator from Leap Africa, Ijeoma Kalu. Please put your hands together for them. Thank you very much. All right, so the first award that we'll be giving for leading an outstanding change project in his community under the Youth Leadership Development Program goes to Olagoke Olaoluwa Babalola. Please come forward. Let's put our hands together for him as he comes forward. Thank you very much. The second award goes to Rex or Jechebe. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward. I must say at this point that when we had the regional quarterfinals at the Ahmadu Bello University in Bauchi State, Rex and his team supported greatly in ensuring that everything went smoothly, including the Dean of Student Affairs at Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. They were super, super supportive. Please let's put our hands together for them. All right, so I'd like to acknowledge all the debating teams that are present in the house, from the Lagos State University team, Reverend Father Moses Oshio Adasu University, Al-Kalam University, Ahmadu Bello University, Zaria, University of Uyo, and the University of Calabar. Well done, debaters, for doing such a great job at the semifinals. We will be awarding the third place winner for the Youth Leadership Development, the Youth Leadership Debates competition, pardon me. The third place winner is the University of Uyo. That was earlier announced yesterday, but we will be officially presenting the award to them. Please put your hands together as the team from the University of Uyo comes forward, winning the third place position, and of course, 1 million naira and mobile phones. All right, please let's put our hands together for them once more. Congratulations, University of Uyo. To the results that we have all been anticipating. In second place, and I must say that this was keenly contested. The scores are very, very, very close. In second place, with 16.9 points, please put your hands together for the team from Lagos State University. They are second place winners, and they have also won for themselves 1.5 million naira and 2 tablets. Please put your hands together for them again. I think they did such a remarkable job. All right, and our first place winners, all the way from Benue State. Please put your hands together for the team from Reverend Father Moses Oshio Adasu University, formerly known as Benue State University. Won for themselves a sum of 2.5 million naira and 2 laptops.
To be the best, number one, nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand Here we go, it's getting close. Now it's just who wants it most. It's just life, that's how it is. Cause we have our strengths and weaknesses. Oh, I have vision, can't you see?
Thank you all so much. Please put your hands together for
stand up
to help us present the award.
Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions, for the champions.
All right. I was just having goosebumps. I don't know, right? Is it a song? Really? Yes, congratulations to all the amazing teams. You all have done well. Once again, please let's appreciate them one more time. Congratulations, congratulations. Last, to enter debates class, Irene. Have you noticed so? So now we say we're doing big things. On that note, we'll say congratulations to you. All right, we're moving on and we're going straight into the last panel discussion. Please, I don't know, I need someone to help me out with the chairs on stage, please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. At this moment, I shall be handing over to NYFF team members in person of the coordinator herself Ijoma Kalu, programs coordinator of LIP Africa. There she is. Please, let's appreciate her one more time. We say thank you to LIP Africa for that beautiful gifts that you give out to the winners. Thank you so much. We truly appreciate it. All right. Miss Ijoma is here. I'll be handing over to her, and then she'll be calling on the panelists as well.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Nigeria. Good afternoon, Nigeria. We. Are you happy? Are you motivated? I would like to say a big thank you. While we're setting up the stage, I'd like to say thank you to the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center for this opportunity to collaborate, to host this very interesting event with. I have just given you that very interesting greeting because I myself am an alumni. I don't know if that's the word of the Citizenship and Leadership Training Center. I was a school prefect in the Federal Government College, Ohafia, Abia State, and I was trained by Manowo. So I am a proud alumni of CLTC, and that is why when this opportunity came up to work with CLTC, I said, yes, we must do it, because I learned a lot about my leadership journey from here. Right, and today, the conversation that we're having is one that, we've had a precursor to it with the debates, right? Youth voices in policy reforms, what are the expectations and what are the realities on ground? What are the realities that we see? A lot of us here are either youth advocates, working independently, or we're working under the auspices of an organization, or we're volunteering with one organization or the other, or we are just, patriotic Nigerians who want our voices heard. But when we go out to the field, we see a lot of issues, or we face challenges, or we learn lessons, even though we expected something different. So this conversation is going to be one where we're asking some youth advocates, some representatives of youth of Nigeria, what have been their expectations and what are the realities they face. And maybe we would also be hearing the thoughts of the government, right? A representative of the government who will be telling us what are the current structures in place for youth voices to be heard when policy reforms are being made, right? And then we'll take the conversation up from there. So I think that we have our seats all set up for us. And I have some people who will be helping me to have this conversation. I hope that we learn from them. I hope that you take something out of here. And then please enjoy the session. Please. All right, thank you everyone once again. So to join me in this conversation today for the topic, Youth Voices in Policy Reform, Expectations versus Realities, I have Ms. Fozia Muhammad Lukman, who is a special assistant to the, senior special assistant to the President on Special Needs and Equal Opportunities. She also speaks for this office as a public relations officer. She's a gender equity advocate, and she will be representing the government arm of things. Please make welcome Ms. Fozia Muhammad Lukman. Please, a round of applause. A motivated round of applause till she gets here. Please don't ask me to ask you all to stand up. A motivated round of applause till she gets up to the stage, please. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Thank you so much, Ms. Fozia, for joining us. She's representing the Special Assistant to the President on Special Needs and Equal Opportunities. I have also on this panel Mr. Rex Stephen Ojochegbe. Mr. Rex has just received an award today for carrying out a very, very important change project in his school. Rex is not just a student, he is a student advocate, he is a youth voice, one that people listen to. I'm sure if you listen to him today, you would know that. He has been opportune to get into some rooms that some of us, would only pray to get into. We also have Miss Aisha Dahiru, who is the youth focal person for the International Organization for Migration. Please, a round of applause to Miss Aisha Dahiru. She also wears the hat as the representative of the United Nations Interagency Group for Youth. Please, a round of applause if she gets here. Finally, we have Dr. Ayomide Olanikpekun, who is the leader, female caucus for the Nigeria Youth Parliament. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Ayomide Olanikpekun till she gets to the stage. Please keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Till she gets here, please keep clapping. First of all, Rex, can I please get a microphone? Thank you very much. Rex, how do you feel about being the one and only man in this panel?
All right. I think I feel very good.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay, actually, Rex is one of the advocacy efforts he leads is for gender inclusion and women inclusion in governance, right? So it's very interesting that he also happens to be somebody, the one man standing in a women-centric panel as it is today. Please, a round of applause for Rex. All right, so just for our audience, once again, we are looking at the topic, youth voices in policy reforms. What are the expectations and what are the realities? And I would like to start with Dr. Olanikpekun. When you hear the word youth voice, right, that's expression, what does it mean to you? I'm going to ask all the panelists, and I just want you to give like a quick 30 seconds thoughts about his youth in policy or youth voices in policy. What does that mean to you?
Thank you very much, and now thank you for this opportunity to be here. So hearing the word youth voices, for me, it means energy. That means something different is coming, and it's not about the way they are doing things in the older generation. Now, energy is coming, new innovations is coming to the policy environment. So that's the first thing that comes to my mind.
All right, thank you so much. Energy and change coming to disrupt the status quo. Ms. Aisha, youth voices, what does that mean to you?
Voices, it has to do with inclusion, okay, and then commitment. So it's one thing for the youth to be included, is another thing for this youth to be committed to being inclusive.
That's a very interesting perspective, actually. We're going to have to drill down on that further, but please, Rex, youth voices in policy, what does that mean to you?
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm excited to be on this panel. Yeah, so when we talk about youth voices, for me, it simply means inclusion that goes beyond tokenism. Yeah, so that's youth voices.
Okay, going beyond tokenism, right? I'm really, really excited to hear again from Aisha, but before we do that, Madam Fozia, what does that term, youth voices in policy, mean to you?
In layman language, youth voice in policy is the involvement of youth in nation policy. So they don't just know that their voices are heard, but they understand that their voices matters.
All right, thank you so very much. Ms. Aisha, as you're going to answer this question for me, right, I would like for you to also, drill more into commitment, right? Yes, your voices are heard, and now some place has been made for you at the table, and you need to be committed. With an example of, a youth-led advocacy effort, right, in policy making, what have you seen? Have you seen any, maybe something that happened, maybe the EndSARS protest or something where young people have been very, very vocal, right? How did that go? In your own thoughts, how did that go? And what have you learned from that process, really, where young people actually did give their voices to a policy reform?
Okay. In answering your question, first
Yeah.
of all, I would like to dwell on my expertise.
Okay.
As someone from IOM.
Okay.
Yeah, and then anywhere you hear IOM, we are big on migration.
Yeah.
And all of that. So going down the lane, I would say that IOM has led a lot of policy reform and reviews here in Nigeria at the
Okay.
country level. We've actually spearheaded the National Migration Dialogue. I think it happens every year. And for last year, myself and some other colleagues from the regional office have actually pushed to have youth included in the national migration policy.
Okay.
And so currently we have a youth ambassador for West Africa. Yes, and he's always at the National Migration Dialogue. And then coming to the country level as well, I think I would make reference to myself since I'm in the room.
Yeah.
I have led a lot of policy reforms within the mission because for me, it's like I said, it's wanting to be inclusive because trust me, we cannot say that the government have not been inclusive. The government have been inclusive of youth, but how well are the youth committed to being inclusive?
Okay.
That's the thing. So there is a problem of our mindset. So I think we need to shift. We need to move beyond. Oh, we need to be included. We are included.
Okay.
But how are we committed to being inclusive in the government? So, you want to say something?
Yeah, I'd like to ask, what's a way that you believe that young people should be committed when rooms are given to them?
I think the DG has actually started one, volunteerism.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah, so it's a fantastic work she's doing.
Yeah.
Because when I heard about the appointment, I had to look up like, who is this person? Because what's up? And I saw her profile and where she's going to be holding. This is inclusivity.
Okay.
This is the present government telling you that the young people need to take the room.
Okay.
And what she's doing here today is a commitment to her being included in policy reform. So
all right.
You say she's being paid for the job maybe, but
Yeah.
trust me, she's doing more than what she's being paid for.
Absolutely. There's a round of applause
Yeah.
for the DG.
So I would also go back to IOM specifically. So in trying to bring up change and all of that, every organization has a strategy document. So within the IOM strategy document, I noticed that there is a little line that talks about youth. And I put it upon myself that it can't work like this. So in 2023, I drafted an IOM youth strategy for the mission. And trust me, IOM Nigeria is the only country office with a youth strategy, which is specifically for the youth. How do we include the youth in our migration policies? And how are we going to support the government? Because every UN organization that is stated in the country is actually in to support the government.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Aisha. She's giving us her personal story of how she's been able to influence policy, right? By writing policy documents under, her organization. I'd like to hear from Dr. Ayomide Olanikpekun. Dr. Ayomide, do I recognize you? Are you an alumni of the Leap Africa program? Oh, interesting. Please, a round of applause for Doctor. And please, to the audience, I would like for you to be taking notes because I'm going to ask you questions, right? We're not just asking our panelists questions. I would also like to hear from you. So, Dr. Ayomide, I believe that you have been an active youth advocate, right? What's one example of youth-led influence in policy that you have seen, or where young people's voices actually meant something? What did you learn from that process, whether it's your own personal experience or something that you saw over the time that you've been working?
All right, thank you very much. So, apart from being a representative or the female caucus leader of the Nigerian Youth Parliament, I also run a foundation on sickle cell in Ekiti State. I'm from Ekiti State. And every June 19th of every year is World Sickle Cell Day. We've been having programs on that. But this year's program, we had a stakeholder engagement on sickle cell with the critical stakeholders in Ekiti State. Why can't we have sickle cell policy in Nigeria? Nigeria has the highest burden of sickle cell in the whole world, and we are like, there's no policy on that. So that was the conversation, and we were able to start that conversation with the State House of Assembly. Currently now, through the NYFF and also the RIP Africa, we're having a 3-month leadership program for the young people in Ekiti State. Let's ginger people to learn more about sickle cell, and also to tell our State House of Assembly that, okay, this is what we are demanding. And apart from that, let's even come to the national level. We have the not too young bill, not too young to run bill. Yeah, we have that, and it's really helping out when it's come to the political level. And that is why we have a lot of young people now in the political space. We have now that our president has included a lot of young people when it's come to his political appointees. So these are the reforms that are really helped out, and it's going to help out in the long run.
Okay, how long do you think that this process is going to take for you to have an act, you know, that really speaks to sickle cell representation in Nigeria?
Okay, I really can't say, but we're on that conversation. Last year, the member asked for a representative from my constituency, raised that bill at the House of Representatives, Honorable Akintunde Rotimi, and from there we can pick it up from there. We need a lot of non-government organizations to facilitate this bill, both at the local level and also at the national level. Maybe for 10 years or 5 years, we can have something.
All right. So one of our themes at Leap Africa is to be audacious, right? And I want you to be audacious about that. Well done, Doctor.
Thank you very much.
Yes, so we'll be hearing from the man in the room today, Rex. So you've been a youth advocate, right? You're a student, represent gender advocacy. You do a lot of things, right? What were when you started out, or in some of the advocacy initiatives that you have taken up, what were your expectations when you started that? Maybe just think about one of them, right? What were your expectations when you started out, and what issues did you face when you were advocating for a policy change?
All right. So I'll just connect it to the award my team just received, the Sultai project. So as a 400 level student of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi, we implemented the Student Union Leadership Transformational Program supported by Leap Africa under the Youth Leadership Development Program. And the goal of this project was to heighten the participation of female students in Student Union Government, the SUG. Yeah, so during the course of that advocacy, we discovered that there were a lot of issues around the electoral processes. So we demanded for a reform, right? So one major reality I faced was I was misunderstood, right? I faced a lot of backlashes. At many points, I was accused of being sponsored because of the courage that we stood, holding the management accountable. So one major win for me was even in midst of the challenges, we stayed resilient, and that was what gave me the opportunity to have a conversation with the Pro-Chancellor and Chairman of Governing Council of Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University. So it got to this level where it was like, who is this boy? What is the problem? Come, let's hear what you want us to. So I used that opportunity, because one major issue we keep having when we are advocating for policy reform is we keep saying these are the issues, but we are not coming to rooms with solutions. So that led me to draft a policy position paper, which I tag From Campus to Nation, Strengthening Transparency and Accountability in Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University.
All right. Thank you so much, Rex. Rex has shared his experience, and some things have come up, right? When we think of youth voices in policy reforms, when young people are advocating for something that they want to see or they want changed, right? Sometimes we are accused of being disruptive. Because, well, of course, a lot of young people are disruptive in the way that they request for policy reforms, right? But Rex here has shown us one of the best ways to go about it. Yes, you have something that you want to do, right? Yes, you have a reform that you want put into place. What are you doing? How are you going to the stakeholders, the policy makers, the policy influencers? How are you going to them? They already have laid down structures, and Rex here had to write, a policy document, right? And presented it to the people that he thinks are the decision makers in the room. And I mean, that did create a change. So Rex's work was on making sure that there are rooms or there are places for women in the student leadership. And after that, I think there was, how many more women joined the student leadership this year in ATBU?
All right, so prior to our project, we had 3/16, 3 out of 16.
Okay.
So after our project, we heightened the number to 5/16.
Okay, that's progress.
Additionally, our project bettered the very first female clerk of the Student Representative Assembly.
All right, a round of applause for Rex. All right, so we're going to go back to Madam Fozia, right? Because you are representing the Office of the President on, special needs and equal opportunities. Do you know about the structures that have been put in place to accept youth input in policy reforms? What are the structures that you have in place for youth voices to be accepted in policy reforms?
First and foremost, there are varieties of reforms that have been in place for that.
Okay.
Take, for example, the Ministry of Youth. And then when you come down to our office, for special needs and equal opportunity, you'll find out that in as much as we're connected to all 774 local governments in Nigeria, we encourage youth to activate their channels into volunteerism and how they can make it, instead of an idea, to an actualization. So what we do is we make work easier for ourselves by engaging with all the OPDs, that's the Organizations of Persons with Disabilities. Another organization that doesn't necessarily have to do with disabilities, but youth in general and women-led organizations, so they can channel their reforms through their respective heads, and while their heads make the reforms to their respective ES or DGs down to the office, where we take it from there after going through rigorous stages of what exactly they are trying to do. It's not just about volunteering, but what exactly is the impact of that volunteering.
All right, thank you so much. So from what I understand from Madam Fozia, you have these structures in place, but at the end of the day, you want young people to come through their representatives, right? You don't just want all of us to be talking, but we should channel everything that we need to say through some representatives, right?
Yes, because at the end of the day, as an individual, you can only achieve a little.
Okay.
In as much as you have the power, the will, the ideas, you cannot just do it alone. We don't encourage individuals working alone because we understand the power of unity and we understand how much impact the unity of youth can bring. So we want, as much as you have that idea, you collaborate with other individuals to form whatever little group it is that you call yourself, so that it just wouldn't be a one-man army, but an idea of people coming together to bring out the best in their various communities.
All right, thank you so much. We have learned a very important lesson from Madam Fozia's comments, right? Yes, there is a time for everyone to independently say their thoughts, but we always have to collaborate, right? We always have to have a point where all youth voices must, okay, we have to ask ourselves, what is it that we want? And then who is going to speak for us, right? That is what Madam Fozia is saying, and that is how she's explained the structures that are put in place by the government to accept youth voices in policy reforms. So I have a question for Aisha. Now, as an individual, right, you have also spoken about the fact that young people need to be more committed, right, seeking opportunities to say what it is that they want, or even work towards what it is that they want, not just say it, but work towards it. When young people face challenges, right, maybe they've started to work towards these issues and they're not receiving adequate support, what would you expect them to do? Or what would you advise them to do in that case? Yes, people have started out, they are volunteering, maybe they have something that they are doing for their community, and they are being blocked by maybe the community leaders, like, oh, you can't do this here. What do you recommend that they do?
Keep fighting.
Keep fighting, yes. Keep fighting. Young people, do you hear that? Keep fighting. Please say after me, keep fighting. We fight till we get the Nigeria that we want. Thank you so much. You have something else you want to say to that?
Yeah, just to quickly add to that, the fact that you're building something and at the start of it, it's not yielding results doesn't mean that it's not going to yield results in the forefront. So I know that young people lately have this expectation of let it happen so fast. We want it to happen so fast. We start, and maybe you start something in January and you want to get a result by March. Things don't work like that, especially when it comes to policy reforms. We live in a country whereby it's densely populated with a lot of ethnic background, people's belief, even political beliefs as well. So policy reforms takes time, and it needs a lot of groundworking, networking, collaboration, partnership, alliance, advocacy, call it whatever it is. It needs a lot of your energy, your time. Everything you have upstairs, you need to put it there. And for you to actually reform a policy in Nigeria, it takes years, a lot of patience and advocacy is why I strongly believe in advocacy. So it's something that young people, I feel like they bit lacking because they want things to work so fast for them, but it doesn't work that way. Okay. When I drafted the IOM strategy in 2023, it took one person to believe in me, which was the former chief of mission that left. When he came, he saw that there was a gap, and he said, "Can you do this?" I'm like, "Yes, I can do it." And he was like, "Okay, let me see what you have."
Yeah.
There was a lot of back and forth and all of that, dusting papers, looking for what did this one say, because you're not an authority of your own, so you can't just quote yourself.
Yeah.
So you need to look for references and stuff like that, whatever it is. And when I put up that document, there was a lot of back and forth between myself and the project development units, because this is a document that's going to be used in the country level, in the regional level, and as well as international level. So for you to reform a policy, it goes through a lot of process. So I think we need a bit of patience as we work towards achieving our goal. We should look at the bigger picture and like I always say, put in commitment to the work that you do.
All right, thank you so much. I think Madam Aisha here has a lot of nuggets for us. She says policy reform takes time and young people need to have the patience, right? And that's one of the things that we teach through the Youth Leadership Development Program. We're teaching young people that, yes, your voices are heard, but you must do things the right way to get the results that you want. I have a question for Dr. Ayomide. As the leader of the Female Caucus for the National Youth Council, what are the lessons you've learned in your work ensuring that young people, the women's voices are heard now in policy reforms?
All right, thank you. So it's Nigerian Youth Parliament.
Please, my apologies.
Yeah, thank you very much. So coming from the Nigerian Youth Parliament and being the Female Caucus leader, we were inaugurated in February, and I will just tell you the programs we've had since then.
Awesome.
So after inaugurating in February, the first major project we did was the Menstrual Hygiene Day, which happened May 28. We made sure that the female leaders, the female parliamentarians, went back to their constituencies to distribute menstrual pads to the female, the girl child. And also, not about distributing menstrual pads, also teaching them menstrual hygiene. A lot of people will use pads, people use old rags, clothes, leaves, and all that sort of stuff. So after that, we also, we started this women reserve seats bill for women. We had an online campaign for reserve seats bill. A lot of people are saying that this bill will not pass, but let us wait. Let us wait for that. Let's keep taking one after the other. We can't keep looking at this bill holistically without even taking it one bit at a time. So we had an online campaign on that. And afterward, again, about 3 weeks ago, we had a program on women empowerment and leadership programs online. We were able to partner with an organization like my SSA said, collaboration. We have to also collaborate with people already doing something on women leadership and empowerment, which we did.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
All right, I do hope that in your time we would have reserved seats for women indeed. Thank you so much, Dr. Ayomide.
Thank you.
I have two more questions, but audience, please, if you do have questions or comments regarding this segment, please, our esteemed compare here will be going around to take those questions from you. So as she goes into the crowd, I'm going to ask two questions, one for Rex and one for, let's see. Okay, I'm going to ask one to Madam Fozia, right? So Rex, do you think that we are still at the tokenism stage for youth involvement in policy reforms? Do you think that we have enough representation of young people's voices in policy reforms, or do you think that there needs to be more done?
All right. So I will not say a yes or no, but I will say we are evolving.
Okay.
Because we are not where we used to be. I'm privileged to be part of those domesticating the national youth policy in Bauchi State, also reviewing the Bauchi State gender policy. So if as a student I'm having that opportunity, I would, be bold to tell you that we are getting there gradually.
We are getting there. Thank you. So, Madam, what do you think that, so you've told us what the government, the structures in place for youth participation. Do you think there is more that the Office of the Presidency and, all the government agencies that are in charge of making reforms, there's something more that can be done to include youth voices?
Okay. We start by survey. How many persons with disabilities are here?
How many persons with disabilities are in the room, please? All right, you can raise a hand, you can shake your head. All right, okay, well.
So, first I want to thank the Ms. Risola, because when the people said they filled the forms, some got the forms from status and all of that. Now, I want you guys to see the power of youth involvement in policy reform. Had it been there is no specific identification for persons with disabilities, none of them would have been here. Now, they came here knowing fully well that their coming here is an act of volunteerism. And because they mentioned that they had that disability, provisions were made. Now, at the initial stage, maybe the provision wasn't made, even though I trust her leadership for making provisions for people with disability. But imagine if there was an oversight, and then they raised attention to that, being that they have various forms of disabilities. Policies were made to take effect from that. There's a provision of accessibility, there's a provision of the interpreter. That is the power of youth voicing in gearing reforms.
Yes.
So what we do is we encourage that.
Yeah. What more can we do?
Good. The most important thing you do is acknowledge the fact that you can't do it alone, and you look for like-minded people.
Okay.
You understand? There are places that have been, branches of offices that have been made accessible to all youths.
Okay.
And because the president is very keen about women involvement and young girls, there are more opportunities for young women and girls to access that and voice, because you find out that more women have a lot of ideas because they have practical knowledge of what affects them in particular. Yeah. And the president is so inquisitive about that he wants all women to bring out their capacity. So all you have to do is reach into that agencies. You can walk into any agency with just, even if it's 2 people, and just ask of politely, not entitlement.
Yeah.
There's difference between asking and being entitled. You go into any office or agency and you request to meet the admin where you want to tender your own volunteering or reforms or ideas, and you will find out there are places, there are steps being made for that. You really be surprised that there are fundings for that, not for your own pocket, but to engineer the establishment of those reforms you are trying to achieve.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Madam Fozia, for answering that question. So we are looking into the crowd now. If you do have any questions, okay, I see a hand. I see another hand, our Mabel core member, and I see a hand from that part of the room as well. I think I see another hand from there. Let's hear the questions or comments.
Okay, are you going first? All right. This time around, I'll skip you.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Atiko. I'm a serving corps member. So a question has been brewed in my heart, and it's mostly about people in underserved areas and rural communities. So I want to know what kind of initiatives are being employed to be able to reach these people and talk to them, especially people where places where there is language barriers and educational inequality. So are there certain specific creative initiatives like maybe theater for development or things to just reach them so that we can have their voices, because some of those people do not have a voice in the government. I know that there are initiatives, there are representatives, but the work is a lot. I just wanted to know.
Thank you so much, Mary. I think I'll allow Madam Fozia to answer that, and maybe one of our panelists. But before
we'll take one more question before
we'll take more. Yeah.
No, I took you the other time. Any other person? Any other person? All right. Is yours a question? All right.
Good afternoon once more. I'm very sorry, please, for coming again. My question is that regarding our Balewai, that's Rex, is from my university, Abubakar Balewa. I was graduate from University of Abubakar Balewa University, Bauchi. Rex, I know in ATBU, the environment is not friendly for holding the leadership or the policy in the university accountable, friendly. Can you tell us how we navigate to? Because we tried, we failed before we went out from the university. This is my question, and well done for that wonderful penetration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So I'd allow Madam Fozia to answer the very first question. How do we ensure that we reach people in underserved areas? And I would also allow Aisha to maybe pitch into that question. How do you think we can get to underserved people? Please, Madam. Short.
As simple as I can make it, initiative place for people in rural areas. Now, these people in rural areas are not just staying on their own. They're not staying by themselves. They have leaders. So you will be surprised at what you would achieve through your leaders when you request and demand for those initiatives and follow the right and due processes for that. All you have to do is make amendment towards your reforms and then reach out to them, and they in turn, through their offices, will go to the right places that will make sure that the initiatives are being provided for the people in both rural and urban areas.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam. Aisha, would you like to attempt that question? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. I see that you're a core member. You're actually doing the job you asked. The question you asked us, you're actually doing it. You're not here. You are. So you moved from wherever you are, your state of origin, and here you are in Abuja, and you're serving Nigeria. And I am very sure that you have your own things that you're teaching or you're passing to the people you're serving here. So you're already doing that. And like I said before, there is power in advocacy. We know that there are people at the grassroots level that we need to reach. And I kid you not, there are a lot of local NGOs that are doing community engagement, even not just local IOM, because I work on return and reintegration. I'm an expert in migration and protection. I will tell you that we have a lot of programs and projects in or at the community level, especially when it comes to social cohesion, and stuff. So there is power in advocacy, there's power in social cohesion. And I would also go back to the fact that the DG is trying to set a pace here. Volunteerism, you don't need to wait. You have, as much as you feel like the government owe you something, you also owe the government an allegiance.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Aisha. So she's saying for the underserved community, you can be that change that you want to see, and you can partner with all these very interesting organizations that are already doing work for underserved communities as well. So well done, Mary, because I know that you're there. For it to be a burning passion in your heart, I'm sure that you're doing something about it. So we're taking this final question for Rex, and then we'll just take comments from all the panelists.
All right.
All right. Yes, you got his question right.
Yeah,
Please carry on.
So my brother, I don't know what year you graduated, but I would say that life generally is all about value exchange, right? But I feel like it's what made it easy for me was that I've built a track record of integrity. During the Sultai project supported by NYFF, it was funded by Leap Africa and NYFF, but while I was engaging with the university management, the stakeholder engagement, I submitted the concepts notes, the lineup of activities that we want to do, why do we want to do this and how, right? Including financial expenditures. Mind, we didn't get school, but we submitted to be held accountable, right, to the Dean of Student Affairs and all and other school stakeholders. So people don't deny results, that's just the fact. So when you have results, it will definitely speak. So that's it for me. And I'll end by saying that change is possible when courage meets conviction. I had that conviction that involved myself in. As far as I have that track record, I know it's going to work, and it did.
All right, thank you so much. We're taking the final comments from the panelists. Dr. Yomide, what's, in 30 seconds, what's one word you would like to leave with the youth in the room who are making efforts to contribute to policy reforms in Nigeria?
What I would say is just keep doing it. You're nothing. You might think, or it might seem that nobody is watching. Just keep doing it. That is how I started, and the visibility I have now is because people were watching when I didn't know people were watching. So just keep doing what you are doing. That visibility will definitely come, and that reward will definitely come.
All right. Thank you so much, Doc. Over to you, Aisha. One word or one statement.
Okay, I wouldn't leave much, but I would say I would always resound the fact that you need to stay committed across your no matter what it takes, no matter how far you think it's going to go, just stay committed to it. Like my brother would always tell me, my dear, choose your battle and face it. Start fighting that battle until the end.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Aisha. Madam Fazia, what's one word you will leave with the young people today?
It's just never give up.
Never give up.
No
All
matter
right.
how much you feel you're not being seen or heard or recognized, do not give up, because at the end of the day, as Nigerians will fight at the end of the day.
All right, thank you so much. Please, a round of applause to our panelists. We had Madam Fazia Muhammad representing the Office of the President on Special Needs and Equal Opportunities, Mr. Rex Stephen Ojochegbe of ATBU Bauchi, Ms. Aisha Dahiru from the International Organization for Migration, and Dr. Ayomide Olanikpekun, who is the female caucus lead for the Nigeria Youth Parliament. Please, a round of applause once again. And some of the lessons that we learned from this conversation is that you must collaborate with people for the policy reform that you want to see. You cannot fight alone, and you must fight with the structures that have been made available. And policy reforms are not made in a day, so there has to be a lot of patience. But we've already established that there are structures in place to take in youth voices. So please use those structures appropriately. Thank you so much, and thank you to the audience for keeping with us. And thank you. It was my pleasure, and it was the pleasure of the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund and Leap Africa to host this panel. Thank you very much once again.
All right, thank you very much to all the amazing panelists and the moderator herself. Please, let's stay back for a group photograph. We're going to be joined by the DJ herself. An insightful session, I must say. Well done. Thank you all. Just like she rightly said, you cannot fight alone. We must do that. You need collaboration with realities. And on that note, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be handing over the mic to the DG CLTC. Please, let's put our hands together for her. She's about to give us a quick recap of the whole event.
Lovely to be here again, engaging you. I want to thank most sincerely our partners, the Federal Ministry of Youth, the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund, LEAP Africa. I want to thank Aspita Global Resources, our implementing partner, for proposing this very beautiful idea to us that has come to life today. I want to thank as well the NYSC. I want to thank the United Nations Interagency Group on Youth and everybody who contributed in one way or the other to this event that we've put together. First off, have we had fun? Are you sure? If we invite you again, will you show up? Okay, that's very good to know. So just to give a brief recap of everything that's been discussed so far, because this engagement was convened not just to celebrate, of course there's much to celebrate for how far we've come, but also to hear from our young people and also to take lessons on what we can also do as an organization to better serve the youth of Nigeria. A key issue that has been listed, a key concern, was the issue of volunteers, those who want to volunteer and organizations who need volunteers. So I think that's a very key area where CLTC can assist those who are looking for volunteers and those who also want to volunteer in organizations by perhaps creating a marketplace of sorts where the distinct groups can interact with each other and our young people can also see opportunities to impact the cause of national development. We also have programs on the works on leadership development. It's not why we're here today, but there is a partnership with LEAP Africa as well that is tailored towards a program meant to mentor our young people and build their leadership capabilities for a life of public service. So that is also in the works. Again, I want to thank LEAP Africa. I want to thank NYFF, which is an initiative of LEAP Africa, and to say to stay tuned, because very soon, by God's grace, we'll have further details regarding that initiative. We also took note of things that were mentioned, like incentives for young people to participate in engagements of this sort. So certificates of participation, creating more opportunities for our young people to volunteer. So for subsequent engagements, by God's grace, we'll work towards issuing certificates of participation to young people who attend engagements like this. Because you've been here all day, essentially, and I know that certainly you've learned one thing or the other that has also helped to enhance your own capacity as a young person and as a young leader. I would also like to encourage us, for those of us who are from the North Central, you could volunteer to be part of the Citizens Assembly that is run by the Office of the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Community Engagement for North Central. She did mention that some of the volunteers are here today, so you could also find pathways to be part of that program. Before I conclude and hand over the mic to my very wonderful director, RCSID, for the closing remarks and vote of thanks, I want to mention a very important detail. I'm sure that coming in, you must have noticed the exhibition booth that faces the entrance directly. That is manned by our very esteemed partner, NYFF LEAP Africa. You may please approach them to learn more about their programs. There is a lot in store. They do a lot of work to support young advocates and to support the leadership development of young people. There's also a table there by CLTC if you want to learn about our programs. We do a lot of trainings. We have principals here from some of the schools where we offer our services, Capital Science Academy, Loyola JSUD, St. Augustine's College, and so many across the country. So if you would want to learn more about our training programs, please approach our very knowledgeable officers at the CLTC stall. And in my previous office, before I was appointed DG by Mr. President, and I'm incredibly thankful for the vote of confidence, I was Senior Special Assistant to the President on Citizenship and Leadership. And we had a program earlier this year, which we call the Young Women's Leadership Conference, and which I am now gifting to CLTC. But one of the things that we did following this year's conference was to train 20 young women who attended that conference. We took them through a very intensive business and leadership development training. And I'm very happy to say that some of our beneficiaries are here today, exhibiting their wares as well. So please stop by and patronize them. I should add that they all got grants of 500,000 naira each to support their businesses then. And it's very beautiful to see the progress that they're making. In fact, one of them actually has a store here within the premises in Monolita. So I am very hopeful as well that with the kind cooperation of our team, the amazing team at CLTC and our Manoa volunteers, will be making a lot of impact on an even bigger scale now that I'm DG of CLTC. And I also want to say this is officially my first public engagement since I became DG. So it means a lot to me that you all are here. Most of you here registered online. Nobody, in fact, there was a question we asked online that, do you confirm that you are happy to come without us paying for your transport? And all of you said yes. And that is on its own the spirit of volunteerism. You're not here because of small chops. You're not here because of jollof rice or fried rice. You're not here because of chicken. It's just that we would be remiss to not at least take care of your feeding. But we want to thank you most sincerely from the bottom of our hearts for leaving everything you're doing today to be here with us. And I really hope that it's been an impactful engagement and that we'll see you again in subsequent engagements. So, on this note, I would like to call on Alhaji Danjuma Ochidi to give the closing remarks. And please stay updated about CLTC. We're on Twitter, CLTC Online. We're online as well, cltc.gov.ng. You can stay updated about us. Please also look up the Nigeria Youth Futures Fund and Leap Africa. They are doing amazing work with young people. And I'm not just saying this because they're a sponsor for today's engagement, but we've had a very long relationship and I have met a lot of young people that they have impacted. So please look them up and also see how they can support their work. And I beg of you to please, whatever you do, wherever you find yourself, pay it forward. Someday, many of you in this hall will also be in positions where you can support other young volunteers and other young leaders and advocates. Remember to please pay it forward because it's by helping each other and supporting each other that we get to build the Nigeria of our dreams. Thank you.
Put your hands together once more for her. The Director General Citizenship and Leadership Training Center, the distinguished guests here present this time, good morning this morning. It is not afternoon. For the youth, it's always morning. When you get to afternoon, that should be as from 40. If you are not up to 40, perpetually you are in the morning. Okay? And morning move with agility, with courage, with power. So continue to demonstrate that. It is my singular honor and privilege to be asked to give a closing remark on this all-important occasion. The event has come and is going. Whatever has a beginning, there is always an end to it. The very important thing there is how was it? What impact has this program made on the people? I would like to enjoin the participants not only to listen, hear, and leave it here. Cascade whatever you have learned from here down to those at home and those that were not privileged to be here. We have a lot to do. We will always be doing this. And if you are happy with what we have done today, next time when we call on you to come, never you hesitate to come, and come fast. And for our strategic partners and collaborators in this project, especially MIP Africa and the host of others, we are grateful. We are happy that you are able to encourage us to do what we know how to do best. Anytime you want something to be done well in this respect, never you hesitate to look for us. We always do our best, and our best should be of the broad best standards, as you can see today. And for those of us from the Ministry of Youth Development, Ministry of Youth, we have never had it this beautiful before. Today is the beginning of something great that will be happening in between the ministry, that collaboration between the ministry, the NYSC and CLTC. This is just the beginning, and you can see what it is. I would like to commend the efforts of NYSC particularly, especially the NYSC troop. NYSC troop was able to raise our morale highly while we were doing all we know how to do. NYSC troop, you are a partner, you are our partners for good, and we assure you that anytime we'll be having any program like this, we'll always invite you to come and make the participants happy and then boost our morale once more. Thank you very much for the members of the press that come here to cover this occasion. I know that if you have been looking for the youth that were missing before and you could not find them anywhere, as you arrived here today, you were able to see them in their full colors. And we hope anytime we call on you again to come, remember to come and participate fully with us, and tell others that we're not privileged to be invited now, that next time when we are having such a thing like this, you should invite them, let them come along with you, so that we want our activities to go viral. And exactly that is what the new Director General has succeeded in bringing to the center. We have been doing our activities in our own ways. We have been doing it, is it analog, some of you call it? Okay, but today you can see the digital aspect of our job. And that is actually taking us to the group. We have always been eager to penetrate all this while without success. And that is the Gen Z. The Gen Z, we cannot penetrate you through your own methods. There is no how you can escape from Citizenship and Leadership Training Center. I was actually impressed by that lady who said she was a participant in one of our programs. The lady from MIP Africa. Yes, coincidentally, when she attended the training, it was in Enugu State. That is our training school. Today, the coordinator of that program, of that school that time, is here, and she will not be able to recognize that man today. So, but that man is able to recognize him. He will recognize her. Therefore, I know that amongst all of us here, there are so many other persons that have had interactions with the center before now. Yes, you cannot grow to a certain level except after passing through the center. And if you ever had the privilege of passing through the center, you can never regret it. Thank you very much. On this note, I want to thank you all for coming, and I congratulate you for benefiting from what we have to offer. And when you go back, go peacefully and respect to all people at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. the DG RCSID. Thank you. Giving the closing remarks. On that note, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out to this amazing conference. I believe that you've taken one or two things, with you. But before we leave, we're going to be having the DG CLTC on stage, taking a group photograph with the amazing members and staff of CLTC. Please, can we have all of you on stage? Please, staff of CLTC, kindly come up on stage. We're taking a group photograph with the DG herself before leaving. Manowar and your volunteers, please stay behind. Do not leave here. We're going to be taking group photograph with the DG herself. Nigerian youth, we say thank you. The future is ours. Take it by the horn and, forge ahead. Just keep praying and trust me that tomorrow is going to be better than today. We'd say we wish you all the best, and to the amazing winners of today, we say congratulations to you all. To the entire team that have put hands together to make this event a success, we say thank you, thank you, thank you. To my fellow sign language instructors, yes, I say well done to you both. You've done amazingly well. And my name remains Zuleyha Belugobir. I've been your host for today. Many thanks to DJ Fat, the Lightning Guys, and every other person who is here today. So sorry if I did not mention your name. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have a good night.
Standing in the rain as the clouds got gray. On the roads and the earth sings. The season's just beginning. Sunlight it hides as the clouds make way. I'm pouring out my blessings. I will not be afraid. I see it now. I understand. I know. So I embrace it. Dance in the rain. It's for my feet to grow. For every prayer and every seed I sow. Lord of the harvest knows I'm giving back 100-fold. The land is green, it's green. Oh, oh. The land is green, it's green. Can't you see? The harvest is ready. The Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. It's green for me. Standing alone in the I did my best for me, till I never go these things. But I hope that you are well. I hope your mind can answer. Every day I pray for you. Making my back up bless you. I never forget you, and I won't forget you. See my shoulder, make you rest upon me. You know I got you. Leave the orphan in need. Money don't show no. I don't keep some for you. Love goes off cause anything I got now for me and you. How are you, my friend? How do you do, my friend? I know sometimes it be like snake. No one is in you, that's why I did for you.